wonderful world of lounge music. Maritimo Sessions. Maritimo Sessions. With Michael Maritimo.
Перепис за допомогою реєстрів – сучасний інструмент для вивчення жителів країни. У раунді переписів 2010 року 9 країн провели свої переписи виключно за адміністративними реєстрами, а ще 10 використовували реєстри у комбінованих методах збирання даних. Чи готова Україна приєднатися до них? 18 листопада під час вебінару «Досвід та практики» ви дізнаєтесь, які стандарти, нормативи та рекомендації для переписів за адміністративними реєстрами мають Європейський Союз та ООН, чому Нідерланди та Фінляндія перейшли до перепису на реєстрах і як це було, як Іспанія готується до першого такого перепису та що Україна може взяти з досвіду європейських країн.
10 година.
It's 10 o'clock. Hello to all of you. Good morning. Dear friends, and all those who are in favor of the register-based censuses. And now I would like to speak to Alexander, the technical expert, and he's going to present Zoom first. So good morning, dear participants. I'm happy to greet you all. Let me remind you how to use the platform in the webinar mode and to draw your attention to the most important function, which is translation. Pay attention, we have two languages, English and Ukrainian working languages. Please select the language that is working for you. On the panel, just switch on the button, which is translation, find Ukrainian language, and
to remind you that we will have interpretation function for you today, and for use it, please make it 2 easy steps. First of all, just find interpretation button on your control panel at the bottom of the screen. If you're using laptops, it can be in the function more if you're using, for example, phone, and just after that choose the English language to hear what we're talking about today. And a little bit more information. Шановні учасники, стосовно
So, dear participants, as for using Zoom as for webinars, it's quite simple, and let's just check on the main functions of it and the main buttons that it. So the first one is the sound adjustment. Here you can adjust the way you hear the speakers. This button looks different in certain conditions, but we'll go back to that. Second button is chat. Please use it actively today to write your questions, because at the end of the presentation of all the experts, you will have time to answer your most important questions. That's where you can add it. Then it's raise your hand. By pressing this button, you can show the moderator that you are willing to ask a question and you would like to ask it and you would like to speak up, and there are certain conditions for that, I know you're aware of this function, and then you will follow the instruction. By pressing this button, at the moment the moderator is giving the floor, the first button will change to the original adjustments of the microphone. That's all the trick with this button. And there's big red button is to leave webinar. I hope you're going to use it only at the end. And most important is translation button. It looks like a small globe model, by pressing which you will have 4 functions of additional menu. First is turn off the interpretation. If you do not need interpretation, you understand both languages, Ukrainian, English, you can turn it off and hear only the direct speech. Then we have 2 more functions of selecting English or Ukrainian, and the 4th one is on off original sound. The thing is, Zoom leaves you the opportunity to hear the original sound from the speaker as well. If it is in your way or precludes you from listening distinctly, you can turn it off. But you ought to select the working language and just preserve or save the settings, because if you turn on the Ukrainian language and speak English, Zoom will not understand who's the speaker and who's the interpreter. That's why some complications are possible with the sound. So please select the working language. So, dear Oleg. Thank you, dear Alexander. I hope that you all have made all the adjustments and selected the language you need, and that is more appealing to you. My name is Oleg Voronenko. So I lead these webinars that were organized together with the Statistics Service of Ukraine and UNFPA. And we have media support of analytical sector Vox Ukraine and technical support by Arena Conference Service. Today at our webinar, we plan to get acquainted with the principles and guidelines of UN on the use of administrative data for census, with experience of transfer to register-based census in Finland, Spain, and the Netherlands. And also we'll find out how big data help study migration. The webinar is aired online on Facebook pages of State Statistics Service of Ukraine and the Office of UNFPA in Ukraine. It is being recorded, and the video will be posted for the access on YouTube by the organizers. As Alexander mentioned, your questions, your feedback, comments, you can leave it all in the chat of Zoom platform, and you can also do it on the online page of Facebook. We will read the questions at the end of the webinar in the order that we receive them. Mr. Antonio Argueso is going to introduce the experience of his country, Spain, to Ukraine. That's why, according to our tradition, we have invited Spain to greet the participants of the webinar in the person of the deputy head of the mission, and Mr. Pablo Gan. You're welcome, dear Pablo Gan. The floor is yours. So dear Pablo Gan.
Yes.
The floor is yours. You're welcome.
Can you hear me? Yes, this is Pablo Gan speaking. I'm a deputy head of mission of the Embassy of Spain. I'm very delighted to be here in this seminar. I want to thank United Nations Population Fund in Ukraine and Jaime Nadal for the organization. I want to welcome all the participants, and special thanks to the senior member of the Spanish National Statistics Institute, Antonio Argueso, for his participation. And I think it's a very important initiative because the creation of census in Ukraine is one of the most pending actions to be taken in this country. So thank you for inviting me, and I will be delighted to hear everything you are going to say today. Thanks. Did you hear me
Дуже
well?
дякую вам.
Thank you so much, dear Pablo Gan. Yes, we could hear you. We did hear you. I would like to thank you for your greetings to the deputy head of the mission of Spain in Ukraine. We are looking forward to hearing to the presentation of the experience of your country. And now we'll move to our agenda, and I give floor to Fiona Willis Nunez, who is going to present the principles and guidelines of UN on use of registers and administrative data for population and housing census. As you know, Fiona, she is the project manager for population and housing census, and she has a huge experience in this area. So, dear Fiona, the floor is yours.
Good morning, thank you. Let me just share my screen. Would you give me a nod when you can see it? Good, okay. So, as Oleg said, my name is Fiona Willis Nunez. I am representing the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. A little of what I say this morning is going to be ever so slightly repetitive of what I said 2 weeks ago for two reasons. Partly, I imagine there may be some participants who weren't around then. And secondly, there are some pretty important kind of basic concepts that I think bear repeating. After my presentation, there are going to be far more sort of detailed technical presentations from our colleagues in the countries who are going to talk about their individual experiences in transitioning to a register-based census. But what I want to talk to you about is the guidance produced at UNECE that gives the sort of basic principles about how that can be managed. Excuse me. So there are in fact two different pieces of guidance that I want to talk to you about, and that's why I've entitled my presentation CES Guidance for Admin Data-Based Censuses. The CES, I should mention, stands for the Conference of European Statisticians. That's kind of the guiding body of our region of the United Nations, composed of the chief statisticians of all of our 56 member countries. It's those chief statisticians who give us the mandate to conduct the work that we do, and everything that we do is reported back to them and endorsed by them in the end. So there are really two elements to what I'm going to present to you this morning. The first is just briefly talking to you about what UNECE guidance is for, what role it plays. And then I'm going to give you a little bit of detail about the two pieces of guidance that are relevant to this area. Excuse me. So first of all, about the role of UNECE guidance. Really the key word here is that it's guidance. It's not instructions. It's not detailed orders of what you must or must not do. It's help, really. And it is not produced just by me and my colleagues in the Secretariat. In fact, on the contrary, it's produced by experts from the countries, including your own country. So what we do is we identify a need that's brought to us through the chief statisticians in the Conference of European Statisticians. We gather together relevant experts from all around the region and from other international organizations. We identify what the problems are, and then we work with these groups of experts to come up with material that will aid other countries, no matter what stage you might be at. So if you think about the 56 member countries of the UNECE, we have statistical systems ranging from Western and Northern Europe, North America, Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, Central Asia. We have a very wide range of levels of development of statistical systems. And the guidance that we put together with these groups of experts is intended to be helpful no matter what position your country might occupy in that wide range of development of statistical systems. So really to reiterate that while there are other players in the international system who do have a role in making regulations, instructions, what we're offering is something that should hopefully be a reference manual to help you, but there's nothing in any of our guidance that says you must do this or you're wrong if you do that. So the first one, and the one that in fact I was asked to talk to you about this morning, was published in 2018. And as I mentioned during my presentation a couple of weeks ago, this was actually prepared by a number of colleagues who are connected on this seminar today. And then the final edit on this work was done by our dear Ian White, who spoke to you last week. So there are many others in today's seminar who are considerably more familiar with the content of this material than I am. But what I would like to do is give you an overview of what's contained in it. I have put a link to it here in the slides, and I will put that link in the chat afterwards, or if any of my colleagues are listening in who are able to do that, that would be really helpful. The guide is currently available in English and Russian languages. And if anybody would like a hard copy of it, do please feel free to get in touch with me, because we do have hard copies of those that I can send to you. Sometimes I know it can be challenging to read everything on a screen. It can be nice to have a copy that you can flick through. So do get in touch with me if you would like one of those. Excuse me. So these guidelines on the use of registers and administrative data for population and housing censuses look at a number of different aspects of that use, ranging from the operational and the practical aspects down to some detailed sort of technical case studies from countries that explain exactly how different countries have managed their use of admin data and registers for their census, and also a look at some of the legal aspects. Having said that that's the piece of guidance I'm going to focus on, I will, towards the end of my presentation, also mention the forthcoming UNEC guidance, which is about assessing quality of administrative sources for use in censuses. This is a piece of work that is in process at the moment and is due to be ready in 2021. So I will tell you a bit more about that shortly. So back to the original one, the 2018 guidance. It begins with some of the important considerations when making a transition. And I'm sure that when we hear from our colleagues in the 3 countries today, we will hear a lot more detail about this. In fact, last week, during the question and answer session, somebody did ask, can you let us know what are the main advantages of transitioning to a register-based census? So this was already discussed to some extent, but again, I think it bears repeating, and so I would like to reiterate some of these advantages. And they are not, of course, all guaranteed. It's not that you can sort of wave a magic wand, transition to a register-based census and suddenly benefit from all of these advantages. But these are all possible things that may come once a transition has been achieved. So the first one, and perhaps one of the main drivers for making such a transition in the first place, is lower per capita costs. It should really be emphasized, and this guidance does emphasize, that this is eventually. It may be that during the process of transition itself, the per capita costs actually rise. So when you are having to explore a range of different data sources, experiment with processes, and continue to do a full field enumeration at the same time, in fact, per capita costs might increase. But the ultimate goal and the driver for doing this is that eventually there will no longer be a need for field operations as such, going out to collect data from individuals. So eventually costs should go down. Related to that, it should be a lot quicker. The time taken to go out and actually ask questions or mail out surveys to people to conduct a census should be very, very much reduced. In fact, once a system is neatly in place, it should be possible to conduct a census not only more quickly, but at increased frequency, if that's desired, even continuously, possibly. Related to the need to not go out in the field would be reduced response burden and, of course, a reduced risk of non-response. So if you're not relying on people to answer questions, if there are no questions to be answered, then the risk of non-response is very much reduced. Not necessarily zero, because there may well be efforts entailed in trying to fill in missing values in administrative sources, but that's rather different to the efforts entailed in going to follow up those who haven't returned their census form, for example. I mentioned already the possibilities for increased frequency, or even potentially for a continuous census. That would be the possibility to have a register-based census that is essentially always up to date. That would be the kind of gold standard. Another of the advantages is improved internal coordination. So that's within the National Statistical Office. Once a transition to a fully register-based census has been achieved, it may be the case that there is no longer a sort of silo mentality between the census part of the statistical office and the parts dealing with other aspects of social and demographic and population statistics. They may become much more melded into one, and that can be a significant advantage. Now, two potential advantages that are certainly by no means guaranteed, but which could be drivers to aim towards a register-based census. There is a potential to free up time and resources that were previously tied up in conducting field enumeration, meaning that the individuals and the monetary resources that were previously used for that could be devoted to other aspects, including innovation, which could then lead to improvements across the board. And relatedly, there's the potential advantage of increased flexibility. So let's say that the public or the government starts demanding some different kinds of variables or some different kinds of tabulations. With a register-based census, there is a significantly increased possibility of making changes and responding to that need more rapidly. Whereas when conducting a traditional census, making a change in a census form is notoriously challenging for a number of reasons. But it's not all advantages. There are, as I discussed a couple of weeks ago, and as some of my other colleagues have mentioned in the meantime, there are some prerequisites that have to be met before such a transition can be achieved or considered. The first of them, quite obviously, hence the exclamation points that I've put here, is that there must be a system of comprehensive and reliable registers. And that was what was discussed in quite a lot of detail last week. Without such a system, it would be perhaps foolhardy to press forward with making a move. A reliable system of registers, if you don't have that, then there can really be no hope of having a register-based census that really fulfills the requirements of a census. Other prerequisites include having a sound legal base. So that means within the Statistics Act of the country, having a legally protected right to continually access the administrative sources that are being drawn upon for the census. Hopefully, in the ideal scenario, that would be free of charge, and the legal base should make clear that this access should be maintained in the long term. Excuse me. Another prerequisite is that there should be support and trust from all stakeholders. So from those who are using data or potentially using data, from the general public about whom the data is concerned. It's pretty fundamental to say that the public support is there, because without it, there will be, there is a risk of problems of people feeling that their data is being misused, people wondering what the government might be up to with information about them. So it's important to ensure that before a transition occurs, this trust is obtained, and trust can only really be obtained by effectively communicating the goals and the processes in an understandable way with the general public. I will say a little bit more about that later on. Cooperative partnerships is an important prerequisite. So there should be not only the legal base establishing access to data, but a feeling of mutual engagement between the providers of data in the administrative sources and the statistical office. So the ideal scenario is not give us the data because you have to, but an understanding between the data holders and the National Statistical Office that it's of mutual benefit to everybody to do so. There needs to be a good identification system. Again, I will talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The ideal scenario is a universal identification number, for example, but that is not always possible, and there are ways around that. There has, of course, to be a comprehensive knowledge of the available administrative sources, and that's not a one-off operation to establish that knowledge. Administrative sources can and do change, so this comprehensive knowledge has to be updated all the time and built into the system of having a register-based census. And then, of course, fundamentally, there has to be transparency. So that's transparency with stakeholders, with the public, with the data providers, with data users, with everybody, really. So what are some of the challenges that can arise when making or considering this transition to a register-based census? These are all challenges that need to be borne in mind, because by recognizing that any of them is possible, you can take steps to mitigate against them. So these are not all things that are necessarily going to happen, but you should understand that there is a risk of any of these, and then you can hopefully avoid problems further down the line. So one of the risks is of dependency on data providers. So if you have built into your census that information on a particular variable comes from this specific administrative source, and then that administrative system changes, you may find yourself in trouble. So there are ways to tackle that potential dependency, including obtaining data from multiple different administrative sources on the same variable. And as I said, working towards cooperative partnerships with providers so that any kinds of changes are discussed and agreed in advance, allowing the statistical office to mitigate against them. And the guidance that I'm talking about here does go into a bit of detail on how to work around this potential dependency on data providers. Another potential challenge is discrepancies in concepts and definitions. So, for example, the concepts of who lives in a country, what constitutes a resident. An administrative source might be defining resident for the purposes of issuing visas, for the purposes of employment or the right to benefits or so on. Whereas for the census, we want to ensure that we're using the definition of usual residence as defined by internationally recognized census recommendations. So there often can be such discrepancies in concepts and definitions. The issue is to identify them and work around them if possible, rather than necessarily to say, oh, we can't use this particular source because the definitions are different. Timeliness can be a challenge, as can the discrepancies in reference period. By these two, I mean that administrative sources may be collected and updated at different intervals to those that you might want for your census. So if the census reference date is, for example, the 31st of December of a given year, you want to know who was a usual resident on the 31st of December, while the administrative source that you're drawing upon might be updated only on the 15th of each month. So there are some recommendations offered within this guidance on what to do about that. I should also mention that there is a related piece of guidance on integrating data sources for migration statistics produced by UNFPA, which also tackles this problem in relation to migration, and some of the arguments and recommendations made there could well be relevant to this discussion as well. Another potential challenge, which I alluded to earlier, is privacy and security concerns. Now, it's worth mentioning that these can be either real or perceived. So, of course, there are important considerations about ensuring that microdata are treated appropriately, anonymized, that there is no risk of data breaches. But it's just as important to recognize that there might be perception of such risks, even if you know perfectly well within the NSO that you have actually adequately protected against such risks. And even that perception needs to be treated seriously and tackled, because if people believe there might be a risk or believe that their data might be being used inappropriately, that might make them less willing, for example, to complete the administrative transactions that they're supposed to take part in, knowing that that data would be recorded and used in registers. Another potential challenge is reaching hard to reach groups. So those who don't necessarily appear adequately in administrative systems, those who might slip through the gaps. So that could, for example, include people who are homeless, people who are long-term unemployed and who haven't registered within the system, people who have emigrated out of a country and haven't informed the authorities when they've done so. There are a number of hard to reach groups, and it's important to consider them and figure out whether there are going to be systematic biases within the registers that are produced in a register-based census. And I know that a number of my colleagues in countries have written some very interesting papers about specific hard to reach groups. So I can again put some links in the chat afterwards to show you some of the papers that have been presented in previous UNEC meetings on this topic. Another potential challenge is about maintaining up-to-date knowledge and tools. Once you've got a system in place, it's important to not say, okay, this is how we do it from here ever after. Because things do change, technology can change, sources can change. So having potentially freed up resources from other areas, it's important to reassign those resources to ensure that knowledge is continually updated. And then this last one I've written here is about maintaining support and interest. So I think Eric from the Netherlands mentioned this when he presented a couple of weeks ago, that once a register-based census has been in place for a long time, there is in some way a risk that members of the public might not even be aware that a census is taking place. They might not even know that their country has a census because they no longer receive these forms every 10 years. They no longer see advertising around the place reminding them to take part in the census. So if they don't know that a census is happening, and they no longer see communication about how important a census is for policy making, then they might not even be interested in it anymore. And that in turn might in some way reduce the amount of public and governmental support that is given to the census. So recognizing that risk and ensuring that that doesn't happen is something quite important when thinking about transitioning to a register-based census. So moving on, you might recognize this same slide that I showed a couple of weeks ago, which is the framework for conducting a register-based census that's included in the UNEC guidelines. And this is just a schematic way of understanding the main elements that have to be conducted in order to move from administrative data sources to census outputs. And I'm going to just briefly go through the main elements of these, reiterating that there is a lot more detail about each of these in the guidance document itself. So the first aspect is identifying data sources. Now, in a lot of cases, a register-based census will benefit from having a population register in the country, but that's not always the case. There are many countries who are moving towards either a combined or a fully register-based census in the absence of a population register. And some of the sources that can be drawn upon to do that include, of course, administrative data that we're focusing on here, but also sample surveys, potentially commercial sources of data, including big data, and census data in the case either of a combined census or during a process of transition where pre-existing census data from previous censuses can be drawn upon. The sources have to be assessed. It has to be asked, can these sources be integrated and with how much ease or effort? And having combined them, will that combination fulfill the basic criteria of a census, which I went into some detail about the last time I spoke to you. So the criteria of individual enumeration, so covering each person in each household, simultaneity, so referring to all of the members of the population at the same time, universality, that is covering everyone within the territory of the country, and also being able to produce granular statistics about small areas and with a defined periodicity, whatever that might be, whether that be every 10 years, every 5 years, every 1 year, and so on. Now, it's worth mentioning here as this final point on this slide that even if the answer to these questions is no, even if this can't be achieved for the full range of census variables, it's worth asking, can it be achieved for a subset of census variables? So we don't necessarily have to be asking, can we move from a traditional census to a 100% register-based census covering all census variables in one fell swoop? It could be possible that a register-based census could cover a subset of census variables, and then traditional methods could be used to gather information on the remaining variables. That is worth considering as a possibility. So the next step in the framework is the process of transformation. So moving from the raw data sources into a statistical register system. As I briefly mentioned earlier, this step is easiest if there is a unique identification system. So that means a single ID number that is used across all of the different administrative transactions that people perform in a country. So if you use the same ID number that is assigned to you either at birth or at reaching the age of majority, that you use for your taxes, for obtaining health care, for social insurance, for obtaining benefits. That's the ideal scenario. And if that is the case, then that number could be used as a linkage key to connect together the different administrative sources. However, if that's not possible, then the next best thing is to link data sets using a combination of identifiers. So let's say you take the name, the sex, the date of birth of an individual and combine those into one unique ID. That could be the next best thing. It's not guaranteed to be perfect. There could be people with the same name, sex, date of birth. So you may also consider adding address onto that. There may also be errors within different data sets, so that combining them would be imperfect and might need to be subject to some correction. Once that has been done, and once data sets have been linked, then it's worth considering taking that information and assigning a unique ID, so something akin to the unique identification number for the purposes of the statistical register. So not something that individuals use in their day-to-day life, but something that identifies them within the register, within the statistical system. Now, there are other transformations that need to be performed on this linked data set now. That includes cleaning and editing, so deleting errors, resolving discrepancies, about which I'm sure we will hear a lot more later, potentially imputing missing values depending on the procedures followed in any given country. And then, of course, forming the census variables themselves. So the data sets as such don't necessarily contain the things that we want to know about in the form that we want to know about them for the census. So algorithms and coding have to be applied to come up with those census variables. It may also be necessary to select the target population. So for the purposes of a census, we're only interested in the usually resident population. So you may need to perform some transformations in order to get rid of those who are temporarily present in the country, for example. So the next step in the conceptual framework is constructing statistical registers. So you want to have a set of statistical registers on a number of different aspects. So one on population, on individuals, one on addresses or dwellings, one on businesses, and then perhaps one on activity such as employment and study and other activities related to the labour market. Those are the four most common ones which Ian talked about last week. And then depending on the specific country situation, there might be other base registers that are considered fundamentally important. For example, in a predominantly agricultural society, it might be necessary to have a base register on farms. From the experience of some of the countries that were involved in putting together this guidance, it's been noted, and as Janusz talked about last week, that having a geospatial component within these registers can bring enormous added value, both in the field operations and in eventual dissemination of data and analysis of data. So being able to accurately pinpoint where each dwelling is, for example, can be exceptionally useful. And then the final step in the conceptual framework within this guidance is about dissemination and communication. And I think that Diana mentioned last week or the week before that in her view, communication is one of the most fundamental aspects here, and I would tend to agree with her. that it's essential to secure the faith of the public in the ability of a register-based census to fulfill the same needs that they are used to the traditional census fulfilling. So users of data want to know that things are not going to change, that the same variables that they are used to using will continue to be available to them, and that they will continue to mean the same thing, that their time series will not be broken. They want to know that there is the same level of quality in the information made available to them and the same level of confidence. And as I mentioned earlier, it's important to communicate with stakeholders about this well before any transition is made, not to move over to a register-based census and then say, look, this is just as good as it was before, but to really engage with stakeholders throughout the whole process to make sure that they really understand the continued quality. Now, talking about quality just brings me on to the last aspect of my presentation. I do realize I'm a little bit over time, so I'm going to just talk through this very quickly. Just to say that in the final chapter of the 2018 guidance, there is an element considering quality. And in conducting this work, the task force that put together this guidance actually realized that there was a lot more to be done when considering quality of sources for use in register-based and combined censuses. So it isn't simply the case that quality of an input leads through some sort of mystical black box to quality of output. We have to consider actually what happens in between those two steps. And we have to give a lot more consideration to what we actually mean by quality, whether and how we can measure it. And even if we do have measures, what do we do with them? How do we decide whether a particular measure of quality is good enough for use in a census? So while there is one chapter in the 2018 guidance looking at this, I want to emphasize that there is very much more detailed work forthcoming, which will be available next year, which is looking at quality of sources at 4 stages of use for censuses. So looking at the quality of sources of data, looking at inputs, so the actual data that are being used, looking at processes, so how the transformation processes that I just described to you impact on quality, and then briefly also looking at the quality of outputs. And this guidance offers some tools and some indicators for assessing quality. Quality is understood as meaning fitness for purpose, and as we consider in this guidance, that actually means that it's different for different users and different uses. Fitness for purpose cannot be the same thing to all people at all times because their purposes vary. So there obviously also can't be any simple answers as to what constitutes high quality or not high quality. So in this guidance, we offer a distinction between measuring quality as such in some kind of quantitative way and assessing quality. And in fact, what we decided to focus on is the latter. It's assessing quality. So inspired by the existing quality frameworks that exist and that are very well known, we've put together a framework for understanding the wide range of different dimensions of quality that can be applied to censuses. So dividing it into 4 stages, the work looks at source quality, so that's assessment of new or resupplied sources that can be used in a census, assessment of the raw data as they're received, assessment of the impacts of what's done to the data, and then assessment of the resulting census outputs. And the guidance offers a wide range of tools and indicators for each of the dimensions that it identifies. and some explanations of how you might interpret the different measures or the different assessments of quality. It offers quite a wide range of country examples and links to how countries have attempted the assessment of quality at these 4 different stages. So from New Zealand, Estonia, Germany, Poland, etc. So some of those that we have heard from or are going to hear from today. The guidance offers plenty of recommendations. So that's things to bear in mind, things that are highly advisable to do or not to do. But really the final point that I want to stress here, and which is something that was raised as a question a couple of weeks ago, what's not in these guidelines is a simple checklist. So we can offer a long list of dimensions that need to be considered. We can offer guidance on how to interpret each of those dimensions. We can offer technical guidance on how to actually assess along each of those dimensions. But what we can't do, and what nobody can do, is tell you, well, how do you decide what's good enough or not good enough? Because that is context specific. It can only be decided according to the needs of each individual country. So just to say that that piece of guidance is being finalized at the moment. It's going to go to the Bureau of the Conference of European Statisticians. So that's a small subset of the overall 56 member states. Next February, they will take a look at that and hopefully give us the go-ahead to proceed, at which point we will then send the final draft of that guidance to all countries. So you in the statistical office will receive a copy of that and will be asked for your detailed commentary on it. We'll take on board all of the feedback we receive, adjust the draft as necessary, and then we will present it to the Conference of European Statisticians in June of 2021. And hopefully that will then be endorsed and made available to all of you. So apologies again for going over time. I hope I've given you a helpful introduction to these 2 pieces of guidance. And I look forward to hearing your questions later. Thank you.
Так, дякую дуже, пані Фіоно.
Yes, thank you so much, dear Fiona. I hope that we'll manage to catch up, due to by means of the break that we have. Thank you for such practical tips from UN, for such a detailed, step-by-step, gradual, a description of the transformation process. And I would like to remind our participants that the publication of these guidance will be available in our collection, both in English and Russian, and we will stay in touch. We'll keep in touch with UNECE on the new edition to be aware when it is available. And here I would like to move to English language.
Yes, I have to switch to English to have the pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Kaija Ruotsalainen, the Senior Advisor and Census Boss from Statistics Finland. What was the Finland's journey like, the journey from traditional censuses to register-based ones? Kaija, please tell us, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Oleg. I tried to share my presentation. Can you see this now?
Not yet, not yet. Okay.
Now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Oleg, and Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. As Oleg said, I try to tell you our way from traditional census to the register-based census, and telling something about our history of censuses in Finland and how we have started to use registers from the very beginning to the 1990 when we had the first register-based census. And I also want to show you some of the basic registers in our Finnish census so that you can get some kind of picture on how we use those registers in our statistical production. So very briefly about the history of censuses in Finland. The first data on Finnish population were produced already 260 years ago, which based on church records. After that, data were produced by the same method every 10 years, until 1930. The data content was quite limited, and that's why it was noted that there was a need for more detailed data in the largest cities or biggest cities. And for that reason, the really census conducted by the largest towns between 1870 and 1930. And this information or this census included also information on households, dwellings, industry, and occupation, because earlier information based on church records include only information on demographic characteristics. However, the need for information increased, and it was stated that the proper comprehensive census is necessary for the whole country, not only for the biggest cities. And then finally, 1938, the census law was enacted, and the purpose was to conduct the first population census in 1940. But because of the Second World War, this was cancelled. And in 1950, we then had the first countrywide direct census, and the data were collected by enumerators from the whole population, covering the whole Finland, whole country. And then 1960, we used the same method. From 1970 to 1985, we had the questionnaire-based census. It was the main method, but at the same time, we started to use registers. And first time the register data was used in 1970 census. Several statistics were published based on registers since 1975, like population structure statistics on dwellings and households and families, and finally 1987, also statistics on employment. So in 1990, it was possible to conduct the register-based census totally based on registers. And after that, we have produced census by register-based or census data annually. Here in the following slides, there are examples, just a list of variables and those censuses from starting 1950 to 2010, and the data source for them. And as you can see, I'm not going through them here, but you can see them later, and you can see now briefly that in 1950, 60, and 17, we had quite a lot of those data were collected by questionnaire. So this light yellow color or small q, it means that it is based on questionnaire, and then blue colors, and this R, it means that the data comes from register. And you can see that there are some small cues also, like socioeconomic group or occupation. In 2010 also, we have to use some kind of questionnaire or inquiry, but we are not collecting the data direct from the population, but from the employers or enterprises. So now from Population and Housing Census 1970, it was the first time when we used registers in our census production or census data production. At the end of 1960s, the administrative register on population was established, and it was maintained by Population Register Center. So we used the data from this population register and filled names and ID numbers and addresses on the questionnaires. And also the data on persons' religion was obtained from Central Population Register. Also, we used data on income from the taxation register. When we had in this population register, there was information on person's address and the building or house where they were living. So the location of buildings were specified with map coordinates, and this information were registered to the Central Population Register. Also, in the connection of this census, the data on population education were collected by questionnaire, and this data were then stored in our statistical education register here in Statistics Finland. And this was the base for this statistical register, and after that 1970 this information is collected direct from the educational institutions, so that they send this information from all degrees, all educations which are completed in the schools or universities, etc. And they are then updated to our statistical education register. But during that time, the official population sites was counted based on questionnaire, not by the register, population register. Then 1975, we have the so-called mid-census. Then we also used pre-filled names, pins, and addresses on questionnaire, and also pre-filled household dwelling units. So there was a list of persons living in the same dwelling, and then we asked households or persons to check the list of persons and add those who are missing, and taking away those who were, if there wasn't anymore in that dwelling. And we started also use the business register of Statistics Finland, which is the one statistical register maintained by Statistics Finland. There we had a link between employees and establishment. This was coded manually, but when we did this link between employees and establishment, then we could obtain the industry and location of workplaces from that register. 1975 census, all demographic data we obtained from Central Population Register. Income data we received from taxation register, and this education data from this register of completed education and degrees, which was established in the connection of census 1970, and after that updated by universities and other educational institutions. But still official population size based on the census forms, not by the registers. Then population and housing census 1980. This was the last traditional census where the questionnaire were used in the data collection of different topics. The target was that the data content would be the same as in the earlier censuses, but also to use register data as much as possible. And during that census, we had the regional offices in all municipalities. So there was more than 500 offices. Total, we had 2,100 persons, and we used more than 700 person years. During that time, our population size was a little bit over 4 million people. And in the connection of this census, the data on buildings and dwellings were collected on the questionnaire of Population Register Center. So we cooperate in that way that when we had this data collection for the whole population and collected this census information, also this data on buildings and dwellings were collected, and this data was then updated to this Population Register Center, and it established the register on buildings and dwellings. Before that, in Finland there were no register on buildings and dwellings. So here is the census operators process in 1980 census. So there was 450 regional offices, municipal level offices, and then we had centralized data processing on this census data, which is this blue one, and then we have this data for buildings and dwellings. It was like a separate data processing because it was meant by enter to register of buildings and dwellings, and then we received this data again, this for statistical purposes, and produced data, census data. Then 1985 census, it was also mid-census before our register-based census, total register-based census. All other data except data about economic activity was obtained from registers. So during that time, we had this population register. We had this register of buildings and dwellings, which was established in the connection of 1980 census. We had register of completed education and degrees. This was established in the connection of 1970 census. We used taxation registers and business register, register of social insurance institutions, and we used also data from population and housing census 1980. But then on census form, we asked data on person's activity. So to all census forms, we printed persons' names, pins, addresses, and also occupational title from Population Register Center. And we also used data from census 1980, so that we pre-printed data concerning workplace in 1980 census. And then also we used register data to those persons who did not answer to this census, to this questionnaire. And during that time, we also used the register-based data, or we collected at the same time the register-based data and then compared the results to this census data. And I told this comparison last week. So the resources we used for the census is 1980 census, which was the last traditional very large census. And during this census, we also collected the data on buildings and dwellings. We had very large regional organizations, over 2,000 employees, more than 700 person years used, centralized data processing, which need 85 person years, and the total costs was around 27 million euros. Then 85 census, we used to register as much as possible, but this data concerning persons' activity data was collected on questionnaires, and total costs was around 10 million euros. And then from the year 1990, almost all data comes from registers. We have some minor data collection on workplaces and occupations, but as I mentioned, this data collection is not direct from the population. We receive this data from enterprises, and this is done in the connection of business register data collection. And total costs are around 1 million euro. So Fiona just mentioned something about this benefits for register-based census. This is one of them. The costs of the register-based statistical production is very minimal compared to the questionnaire or traditional census. And also, you can get this data more frequently. So our journey to a total register-based census, so it took 20 years, starting from 1970 census and then finally 1990 census. We were ready to produce all data based on registers. And it was then step by step, so that we wasn't ready once. We had to plan, and the registers developed in different time. Some of the registers was much earlier ready, and then some of them were established much later. We had a full support of the Ministry of Finance and the management of Statistics Finland, and I think this was very important, and without this it wouldn't be possible to finalize this project. And we have data quality checks during our journey. So first checks were done in 1980, and then 85, 1990, and then it is possible continuously do this check based on a labor force survey. Some issues which facilitate the increased use of administrative registers in Finland, and also I think also other countries, and Fiona mentioned those, so I'm not going through them anymore because we are a little bit late in our schedule. But I'm showing you our basic registers and also those links between them and how we utilize those registers in our census system. So we have defined as three basic registers. First of all, we have business register, which is maintained by Statistics Finland, and this is a statistical register. There is the business ID or organization number, which identifies all enterprises, all businesses. Then we have population information system. This is administrative registers, and it contains data and information on population and buildings and dwellings. There are identification, personal identification number, and then building and dwelling number. And these registers and databases are maintained by Population Register Center, or this office, it has changed to name. It's now something like Digital and Population Office. I can't remember the new name, but however, it maintains this information on population, on buildings and dwellings. And this population information system is very crucial in our society. It is used in many administrative purposes by many authorities, not only Population Register Center. It is used in taxation, in pension systems, in healthcare, in education, in everywhere. So our population information system, it shares this information to all users. And then this data to this population information system is updated by authorities. I think someone last week, it was mentioned that this is very crucial, that the data based on this register is maintained and updated by some authority, like municipal authorities. For example, this information concerning buildings, dwellings, etc. This information is updated by municipal building authorities. Parishes gives information on marriages, name giving, etc. Immigration services gives information on new citizenships. From hospitals, a population information system receive information, births and deaths, and courts of law gives information on divorces, etc. The only information which is updated to this system by person, him or herself, is change of address. So if I or anyone else moves from one address, one dwelling to another, we have to inform register office this change, and this should be done between 14 days. So how we then use this information in our statistical system is we receive this data from Population Register Center. We get the buildings and dwellings. All buildings have coordinates, so the location of the building, and there is the link between buildings and dwellings, so-called building code, so that we know in which building each dwellings locate. Then we have persons. Between persons and dwellings, there is a dwelling code. So this indicates the dwelling where person lives. And so in this population register, there is only unit person. There are no information on families or household dwelling units. This is done by Statistics Finland. So we compare all those persons who are living in same dwelling, and there is information also relationships between those persons who are living in same dwelling, so we can define families and also household dwelling units based on this information. Then we have also information on persons' employment, and in this employment data there is information enterprises. It means employer. Usually it is business ID number, the same which is used in business register, and there is also information on persons' workplace at establishment level, local kind of unit level, and in business register, each establishment there is address data, and with the help of this address, it is possible to combine this building and dwelling register and coordinates. So then we have also coordinates to all workplaces. Of course, we use many other registers than this population register. We have administrative registers from taxation, from pension system, or from unemployment, from job seekers, from employment, different employment registers. We have also some other registers we use our census data production. Then we have statistical registers inside our office business register, very important one. Then we have student register and register on degrees and educations. And these are used only for statistical purposes. It is not possible to use any administrative decision making. Then we have some, we use also some direct data collection. They are not used or done for the census purposes. They are updating, for example, this business register or register on degrees on education or student register. So this data collection is for those purposes. There are also some data collection on occupation, which is used only for census purposes. As Fiona mentioned earlier, that it can happen that some register, if there come some changes, so it can happen that data disappear in some register, and this happened to us when there were changes in taxation registers earlier. This data on occupation included in taxation register, but then there was changes and we lose this information, and that's why we have to collect for some part of population this information, not for all population. And here is the last slide of my presentation. Here are those all Nordic countries. As you know, that all Nordic countries are very heavy users for registers, and Denmark was the first country in the world who conducted census by register based in 1981, and Finland was the second one, and then Norway and Sweden come a little bit later. And actually they finally 2011 was the first was when they conducted this census, totally register-based census, because in Norway and in Sweden it wasn't possible to produce household data by registers earlier, because there wasn't any dwelling register in the country before that. So it can take a very long time. Norway and Sweden also started in 1970s using register, and finally they could succeeded in 2011 the totally register-based census. So thank you. This was my presentation, and maybe the questions. Time for the question is end of our seminar. Thank you.
Right. Well, thanks so much, Kaija, for your very illustrative story of the Finland's transition process. I see we already have questions on the Finland's experience, and we'll take them quite soon, as you pointed out after the last presentation for today. Let me make a small announcement. The organizers have decided to front load our timeout, so we're gonna break after the next presentation. Now back to Ukrainian and back to Spain, in fact.
Okay, thank you very much.
Я запрошую до виступу пана Антоніо Аргуесо.
I would like to give floor to Antonio Argueso, Director for Demographic Statistics, National Statistic Institute of Spain. And Antonio is managing a statistic process in Spain for 10 years, and now he's actively preparing for the census that will take place the following year. Mr. Argueso is also one of the directors of social statistics for Eurostat. This is the task force that is coordinating all work on demographic and social statistics for EU. So, Mr. Argueso, we value your time a lot and your contribution, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Oleg. First of all, a few words for the organizers. Thank you very much for inviting me. Congratulations on the seminar, on this initiative. This kind of seminars are very, extremely useful also for us. Especially, it's great for us for Statistics Spain in order to share our experience with and to learn from others and to get inputs from the participants. And actually, Ukraine and Spain are perhaps the most similar countries combining population size and surface, roughly between 40 and 50 million people and roughly 500,000 square kilometers. So I think that perhaps you may find our situation inspiring, at least the order of magnitude of the kind of problems that we faced are in this somehow similar to the ones you have to face in this transition. So I hope you find it interesting, my presentation. So let me take a few seconds to share my the screen. I hope you can see it now, or perhaps it's coming.
We can see it.
Yes, Antonio, if you could just click on F5, yes, and run it on full screen. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So, yeah, perhaps I should move up. Okay, fine. Well, as my preceding colleague of Finland said before, in Spain, it took perhaps a little more than 20 years, 20-something, 25 years, we could say, to build a register-based census like the one we have today. So we have to start talking about the night of the times, meaning at least the 19th century, or perhaps even earlier. We had two worlds, two different worlds, the worlds of the statistics, of the censuses on the one side, and the world of the admin data on population, because we had some admin data on population at this time. So we had a population census as many other countries, as all countries, I guess, every some years, every 10 years normally. And we had in every municipality, the list of residents, the list of people living in every municipality, there are roughly 8,000, a little more than 8,000 municipalities in Spain. This list of people in every municipality is called padrón. Padrón is the name we give today to this admin register, the register of people. So in the 70s, in 1970s, we began at INE, we began to use partly this information to make some counts from these registers. But in 1991, we conducted a normal, so to say, a classical census, door to door, so to say, no, a normal census. And then we began to have some troubles because we had two different counts of population. On the one side, we had from the statistical world, we had the count of population of Spain. It was roughly 39 million people. But looking at this count from the municipalities, we had 1 million more people. So at this time, we decided to make what could be considered back in the middle of the 90s, a very risky decision. But if we think about this decision today, it was definitely the good decision, the right one. So the big decision was to put all these municipal data of all these databases together into a national single database managed by INE. And there was also a law ruling this transition. So in 1996, INE had the role of this national register office also, of the National Population Register. Contrary to the case, for example, of Finland, as said before, because there is a national office for this population register, but in the case of Spain, it was INE, it was Statistics Spain, the office ruling this national database. So in 2001, it was still too early to use this very recent database, to rely on this database to publish the census. So we still had a difference of 1 million between a traditional census and this database. But in 2011, it was a kind of intermediate situation, and we decided to make, I'm not explaining in detail because it would take very long, but so a few words. In 2011, we made a combined census using this padrón, this central database, but also a survey of around 10% population. So the difference was between these two databases. I mean, the census, this mixed combined census, and the population and the population count from the population register were roughly 500,000 people. Since then, and actually before that moment, we have been making a lot of improvements in the register, in the padrón. So today, the last figure today, because we published every year these two sets of data. I mean, the statistical series, the one we send to Eurostat or to United Nations or to wherever, so to say, the official figures, population figures of Spain are the one on the left side, this statistical figure. So the current population of Spain is 47.3 million people. But the figure from Padrón, that is also official, but only at the municipal level. If you sum all the population of the municipalities, you have another figure that is 47.4 million. So the difference is almost nothing today. And we can say that today we are in the conditions that the Padrón can be used, is ready to be used as a backbone, as the skeleton for a population and housing census in Spain. So what have we been doing during these last 10 years, mainly 10 years? We have been around this Padrón, we have been building the whole census. The situation today is that we are going to have a complete population and housing census in Spain made with registers. What does it mean? It means that roughly 95% of data will come from administrative registers, and the other the remaining 5% of data will come from imputation, in some cases from existing service, mainly from existing service. So with these two sources, the mean data and the imputation, we fulfill all the EU regulations already, because we have made some tests since 2016, and we can say today that we fulfill all the requirements today. But also we are making a supplementary survey to 1% of population. I'll explain a little bit later more in detail. And also we are using big data, excuse me, partly. This use of big data is already fulfilled. I mean, we have already made a contract with the three main operators of the mobile network operators in Spain to collect information on commuting, on daily mobility. That is the information we need for the census. And actually we are using today this kind of information that was in principle conceived for the census. We are using this daily information of commuting for the pandemic today and publishing everyday information of the pandemic in our website. So this information, of course, is nice to have. It's more than nice to have. It's demanded by users, but it's outside, so to say, of the EU regulation, of the minimum requirements for the census. So when I say 95% of data come directly from admin data, let me explain it a little bit more also. You need to fulfill three conditions, and perhaps the things I'm going to say now might be similar to the ones said before by my two colleagues before. I think you have to fulfill mainly three conditions. There are three legs, so to say. You need three legs to have a table, to make a table. So without any one of these three conditions, it's impossible to develop to conduct a kind of census like this. You need to have a population register as a backbone of the whole operation. In the case of Spain, we have Padrón, that is great. It's nice to have Padrón and to have Padrón on our hands, but you don't need to have this kind of Padrón. You could have, you could make this skeleton from the police records, even from the health system, if the health system is universal, or whatever. I mean, there are many other ways to have this backbone, no? The first element, the population register. And also you need to have a dwelling register. That is also a very important part of this whole project. A second thing that you need to have, or a second set of things that you need to have, is good administrative records covering many different fields. You have to have not only population, but also, as my Finnish colleague explained more in detail and better than me before, you have to need information from the education system, from the economic activity, from the pensioners, from the job seekers, from the employees, and from the civil registers, and many other sources. So you need to have, of course, admin data. You need to have legal provisions to be able to get access to them. Because if you don't have these legal provisions, you don't have a legal act, it will be impossible to get, or very difficult to get access to the data. Actually, in the case of Spain, we have a Spanish statistical law that is getting old now. It's from the 89. It allows us to get access to almost all registers, but we are not able to get access to the tax registers, to the taxation data with our law. So we need the European regulations to get access to this data. So we are getting access to the taxation data, but because of the European laws, it's not enough, the national data. You need a fourth leg, so to say, more, not so, more in the context of your mental needs, so to say. You need energy. You need determination, because the way is long, is difficult. You may find a lot of milestones, a lot of moments where you think it's going to be impossible to get data from the education system. It's going to be impossible to deal with this mess of the dwelling register. But be patient. We have been patient and very determined to go ahead, and when we made it. So why Padron, our population register is different to other registers in the world. By law, all residents in Spain must be registered in the municipality where they live, most of the year. Why are people interested in being registered? Because it gives many benefits: social services, education, access to the health system, municipality services. If you need to park the car in your neighborhood, you need to be registered in your neighborhood. Otherwise, you have to pay the tax. So many different things. It's a proof of residence for many purposes in Spain. So it's very difficult to live without being registered. Even for residents without a residence permit, I mean, people in irregular situation, they have the right to be registered in the population register. You only need to have a passport, or even without a passport, you can register in the population register in Spain. Why are people interested in getting deregistered when they leave the country? There's no reason at all. So not many deregistrations made by citizens, roughly 20%. So the deregistration have to be made by the municipalities. A very natural way of deregistering people is when a human group leave the country and they don't deregister, they are still registered in the dwelling, in the house where they live. And when new occupants come to live there, normally this is the natural way for deregistering people, but there are many other ways of deregistering. So Padron is different to other population register because INE is in between, the statistics Spain is in between, and it makes it, don't know it better, but different in many aspects. As in the case of Finland, the updating of the register is double. On the one hand, people go to the municipalities to be registered, to change situation, to change any kind of when they move. But also, this is the headquarters of Statistics Spain. But also, we at INE receive centralized information from births, marriages, deaths, divorces, citizenship, and many other fields, many other admin data. So we share this information monthly, not daily, but we share this information monthly with the municipalities, so that we publish yearly figures at municipal level, though we could publish monthly figures. We don't publish it monthly because, but in principle, there's no need, but we publish yearly figures. Why do we say that this Padron is different to other registers in the world? Because it's managed by statistical office. It's not managed by the police, not managed by the public administration ministry or to the civil register body or whatever. So it has somehow a statistical feeling. It's more the statistical sensitivity. You know? For example, we are very aware of getting homeless people registered, of getting asylum seeker registered. Foreigners in irregular situation must be registered in this population register. So a second thing is that we have the direct identifiers, the national ID, the passport number. So we don't have, so to say, an anonymized copy of the register, but we have the register itself, the complete register in our hands. But the bad thing of Padron is that it contains only a few variables for every person. So for a census, you need more variables than this. It's a in a very schematic way, we could say that a population census is a table like this, and there are two dimensions. No? The first dimension is how many people, but the second dimension is which kind of information from every people. So the information we have from Padron is only a minimum. It's only sex, age, place of birth, nationality. We need to collect this other information from the information in light blue from other registers. So first of all, talking about how many people we use a science of life method, as in many other countries. I'll go quickly because perhaps I'm taking more time than I should. if you count all in Spain, foreign people, for example, they have to renew their inscription, their registration every 2 years. So if they renew every 2 years, we have to count people in the legal, not in the legal, but registered, in the register, in the population registered. If the time elapsed since the last registration is less than 2 years, they could be counted. This population would be counted. And after these 2 years, they should not be counted. This is not how it works, because there might be people registered, but they have left the country, because we have information that they should not be counted because they have left the country. Or in other words, we have no evidences that they are still in the country. But there are other people that are still in the country, but whose registration have expired. So the science of life method take out people from the register and include people in the register to be closer to the actual resident concept. Which signs are used to get the science of life method? Tax collection agencies. I say agencies because there's more than one in Spain. Social security, pensioners, employees, unemployment register, the health system. There is also universal in Spain, education system and whatever. So many sources. So roughly there are around 100 different sources. Also the police records, the social security, so pensioners and their families, the workers, the health system, people covered by the health system and whatever. For example, in the case of foreigners, there are collaboration agreements between countries, so that, because Spain is a country of immigrants, we have two kinds of immigrants, so to say. We could call them economic immigrants, people that come to Spain to work, but we have also an enormous amount of good weather immigrants. There is pensioners from England, from the UK, from Germany, from the Netherlands, from Finland, actually. There's a colony of Finnish people, very important in the south of Spain. These people come to live to Spain for the good weather. So there are agreements with the countries of origin. These countries pay for these people to get access to the health system. And we have this information, so this information is useful to have good figures of how many Finnish people are living in Spain. Okay, so adding variables to a population register is a complex thing. It's so to say a small project for every variable. I'll give you a very small example. Marital status. I mean, the marital status, we need to take many sources, but none of them give the whole picture. To assign every person a status of married, widow, or separated, of divorce, or single, we need to take care of the civil register, the social security, again imputation, because for the young people, if you don't have any information from them, you impute them the status of single, tax collection agency, or whatever. So every variable is a project, so to say. And we have to think of winning sources. No? We have different sources explaining or assigning a value for every people. We have to an algorithm to select which one is the good one. You need to have also good housing census. Padrón contains addresses for occupied dwellings, but we need to have not only these occupied dwellings, but all of them. And the addresses in Padrón are not perfect and not geo-referenced, so we needed to have another source. It was perhaps the most challenging aspect of the census. So we have to take the cadastre that is used for taxation. Cadastre is a very well managed, updated, solid, complete source, but it's very, very difficult to understand, very difficult to deal with, very difficult to move from the concept, from the juridical concept of dwelling to the statistical one. So we need to explore this complex world and to link addresses from cadastre with the ones in Padrón. Today, it's the job is almost done. We have almost XY coordinates for all the 26 million dwellings, and 97, I would say more than 97 today, of the padron addresses, I mean, of the occupied dwellings are connected to the housing census. The project will be supplemented, I'm finishing now. The project will be supplemented with a survey addressed to 1% of the population. Why? Because some mandatory information of the dwelling is missing in admin data. When I said before that we didn't need to have the survey to provide information for the regulation, I was right. You don't need to give information at the level of the municipality of how many dwellings have water supply system or toilet facilities or whatever. You only need to provide this information at the province of the NUTS 3 level, but it's good to have this information at municipal level. And there's also some traditionally collected information in the censuses that is not in the register. For example, languages spoken. In Spain, there are many languages in regions, commuting or whatever, daily cares, and so on. This survey is also useful to improve the population methods. For example, same-sex couples or the tenure status, how many people are living in rented flats or whatever. So what is the situation today? This is the last slide. Our situation today is that the job is almost done. As I said before, the EU regulation requirements are really fulfilled. There are many new opportunities that that will be, for the coming years. New variables. We are not constrained by a census form. We have new context to what we call context variables that are not easy to provide at the individual level, but can be used, excuse me, at the local level. For example, the electricity consumption is difficult to connect today at the individual level, information of the electricity consumption, but we can provide information at the district level. So this is what we call context variables. The approach is, of course, the first step into a new continuous system of social statistics. But also, and this is something perhaps important in the case of Spain and not in others, we need to convince the society. We needed to convince. We have been, during the last 10 years, having a lot of different seminars and, press releases and whatever to convince the society. Because in the case of Spain, the important message is not, this is going to be less expensive. Not at all, not at all. Actually, perhaps it's the contrary. The door-to-door census is still seen by many users in Spain as a good one, the expensive one, the best solution, compared to admin data seen by many users as the cheap solution. And we have to convince the situation, and we have been convincing, I guess mostly the society in Spain is convinced today that admin data are not the perfect solution, but by far better than the classic census. And this is not about money. Money is only a part of the equation. There are many other things in the equation. Money helps, being less expensive, but this is not the most important. Our values, our role as statisticians, as official statisticians, is to be able to give the society the best approach. And if it's more expensive, then we need to get more money. But our feeling, we are convinced that the best situation today in Spain is to have a register-based census because it's the best approach. And this is the important message to the society. So perhaps in a very chaotic way, it was my presentation. Thank you very much. And I hope I didn't take too long. Thanks again.
Дякую дуже, пане Антоніо. Дійсно, дуже цікаво.
Thank you so much, dear Mr. Argueso. And the value of your information is that the census that you told us about is now ongoing, or wasn't such a long before. And this experience can be very beneficial for Ukraine. And right now we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene to the next presentation. So see you at 12:04.
Okay.
wonderful world of lounge music. Maritimo Sessions. Maritimo Sessions. With Michael Maritimo.
Шановні друзі, з поверненням, welcome back.
Dear friends, dear participants, so let us continue. I would like to welcome here Erik Schulte Nordholt from the Statistical Service of the Netherlands. Mr. Schulte Nordholt is the head of the virtual census in his country, and he controls all the sphere of statistics of his country. So Eric, the floor is yours. Please share your experience. Please share the experience of your country in the transfer to register-based census.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me. I also hope that you see my screen. I could try to make it a full screen. It's not always working, but I can try with the F5. It doesn't seem to work. Can try this way. Do you now see a full screen? No. So then we go back, because this is not always working with Zoom, so and I have to do it in this mode. First of all, I want to thank for the invitation to talk for a second time on censuses. 2 weeks ago, I was talking on the quality, and now I will talk about the register-based censuses in the Netherlands and how we have arrived at the situation in which we are today. I could talk about this topic for hours, but we have only 20 minutes, so I'll give you a brief introduction on the data collection, the data sources, history, what we publish, the variables that are included in our census, the characteristics and conditions facilitating the use of administrative sources. We have a long history of censuses in my country. It's over 200 years of censuses, but our census is also one of the censuses in the UNFPA region, about which Fiona told again this morning a bit more. And the census is always giving us interesting work, so I can also explain a little bit about current and future work. So we have centralized all the data collection in one division of our office. So all the registers and surveys are collected there to be more efficient and more professional. We use the same infrastructure for both social and economic statistics there as much as possible. And we have also an official collection strategy with a preferred order. We look, first of all, if the data we need are available in registers, and if not, we have to conduct a sample survey additionally. For our most recent census, that was the 2011 census, we have only used existing sources. It implies that we had no census 2011 questionnaires. So what sources have we used? This is the list of the main sources that we have used in our most recent census. Mainly registers, as you see, but also some information from our labor force survey was reused for the census. The population register is what we call the backbone as the system, just like Antonio from Spain explained earlier this morning. And then additionally, we have a number of other key files where we get extra information about the people of our population. For example, about the jobs and the self-employed people. We have access to the fiscal administration data to know more about the people, but also information from the Social Security Administration is used. And then we have also access to the pensions and life insurance benefits, as long as it's benefits from the Netherlands. Unfortunately, we do not have access to benefits from other countries that people in our country may have as well. And then we have a housing register that we use for most of the variables in the housing census part. There are also a number of other registers, but these are the key registers where the main information is coming from. And we used the labor force survey for 2 variables only in our last census. for occupation and highest level of education attained, because for those two, we didn't have register information yet. I told you we have a long history. Well, since the Kingdom of the Netherlands was founded in 1815, we have conducted 14 what we call traditional censuses. And you see, it's a nice series. Every 10 years we conducted such a census. Then our office didn't exist yet, but the Ministry of Home Affairs, the oldest ministry in our country, was responsible for conducting these censuses. But in 1899, when the questionnaire became longer and more demanding, both for the people and for the work on the census, it was thought that a separate organization would be needed. And that is, the first activity of Statistics Netherlands is to conduct this census. And we took over the work and continued this series. Of course, you see in 1940, we couldn't conduct the census because of the Second World War. It was postponed and in the end held in 1947. This series ended in 1971, although it was a very much used census. There were many users. They were very interested in the use, but there was also for the first time a growing unwillingness to participate. So there was a growing non-response. And that was because people were afraid of their privacy. Actually, 98% joined the census. Well, we would be very happy with such response percentages nowadays, but then it was a shock that we missed 2%. And then also the question is, what's a better result? A result based on 98% or even less in future census years, or using the registers? And then there was also a discussion about the money, because censuses tended to become more and more expensive. And that is, of course, unwanted. After this census, the government decided that no more traditional censuses would be held, but we had to look for an alternative. And that's what we called virtual censuses from 1981 onwards. They are register-based and survey information is added, and there are no census questionnaires since then. But the first two editions, the 1981 and 1991 censuses, were based on the population register and some survey information was added, but it was not as rich as the old traditional censuses. And that's why we didn't publish an official result. There were also some issues how to get consistency between the different census tables when surveys were used. And there was very limited regional information. It was mainly national information. And the results were published by Eurostat in books of all the results of the European Union countries in those days. That was not a very nice situation because we wanted to have a full census again with all the regional information, with consistent tables and so on and so forth. In the 90s of last century, we gradually got more and more access to register data. And we have been storing all these data in a system. It's the SSD, the System of Social Statistical Datasets, where they are ready to be used for official statistics, including the census. The census was the key reason to start this system. The 2001 census was again a full census with all the, so you could say it's the first full register-based census. After Denmark and Finland, as Kaya told you earlier today, but before Norway and Sweden also had a full register-based census. The European underpinning came in 2008 with the European Census Act that will also be used for the next census, the 2021 census. And the results were published in the European Census, where you can easily compare key results of different European countries. I think that's also a very valuable tool for the users. If you're interested, we have also published a book on our most recent census. The book is sold out, but it's still freely available on our website. And this is the English website where you can find the book. Is completely written in English so that it's easier for foreigners to read. And I mentioned the Census Hub for all the European Union countries and also the EFTA countries like Norway and Switzerland. This is the link where you can find information about the key results there. So there's much more to learn about our census. I also must say that the book is a small book with only 100 pages because it's additional to earlier books like the book about the 2001 census, which is also available online for free. If you look at the variables, there are lots of variables on persons. And just to give you an idea of how we work, the variable current activity status, which is one of the variables of our census on persons, is a variable that we do not have in any other statistic. So this is the population of the Netherlands, and you see almost half of the people are employed, full-time or part-time, but at least they are employed. Some people are unemployed. Some people are under the age of 15, so there are children at home or at school. We have people who are retired or live from capital income. We have students who are not economically active because otherwise they are considered to be employed. And then finally, we have a remaining group of homemakers and others. And this was completely derived based on existing sources, on pensions, on employment and self-employment. So that is really a result with a lot of work behind the screen. And this is the simple result, but there's a lot of work before you have those figures because you combine information from all these sources. We also have a number of household variables and housing variables where we publish. And here also, everything is derived on existing information. So we have registers that we combine to get all these variables. So when I look at our census, there are a number of remarks I can make. It's a census that is relatively cheap compared to other censuses. And also the production time is relatively short. We start when all the sources are ready, which is about 1.5 years after the reference day. And then in a few months, we publish all the tables. We think it's more socially acceptable than the census 1971, when there were such huge protests, campaigns against the census. So that gave a very problematic situation for our office in those days. We don't have that any longer, fortunately. All the tables we publish in our censuses since 2001 are numerically consistent. And I think that's important because otherwise people get confused. There's of course some missing information when it concerns the survey variables, but we take that for granted. We say, well, we accept that, but we have so much information at such a detailed level for such a small price that this is a minor problem in our view. Now we have become very dependent on the register owners. When are the registers available? The timeliness of the registers. We have very limited influence on that, but we take that into account in our planning. We try to compare as much as possible over time, but also international comparisons are possible. And I think that is also very relevant. You do not only want to know the results of your own country, but you also want to compare with other countries, for example, neighboring countries. And our census data are now continuously available. We are no longer restricted to the 10-year censuses. We have a lot of information we publish in between. And this is also a plan of the European Union that after the next census, there will be yearly updates so that people don't have to wait 10 more years for new information. When I look at the conditions to facilitate the use of administrative sources, and I think that is relevant for countries like Ukraine who think about what can we do and how can we use administrative sources? You need to have a legal base. I mean, otherwise you can't produce a register-based census. For us, that's the Statistics Act. That's our legal base, allowing us to run the census. But you also need what I call public approval. In the 1970s, people said, well, the statistical office is like Big Brother watching you. Well, that's not a nice situation. You don't want that. And now people understand what's going on, and that's fine. That is okay. There's also a lot of cooperation nowadays among authorities. We have lots of contacts, mainly with other government organizations. And I think that's very nice, that you get to know each other, you share information, you share the data, and that's much cheaper and leads to better quality statistics for the country. You need to have a comprehensive and reliable register system. That's important because otherwise you cannot run such a system. You have the administrative aspects, but you have also the statistical quality. Not every record needs to be correct to have reliable statistics. And also what helps a lot is a unified identification system. We have unique ID numbers that appear in several sources, and that makes the matching of information of the same person in different sources much easier and of much better quality. Well, this is an example of 200 years of censuses. You see on the horizontal axis the census years, and our population, that's the gray line, is growing from just over 2 million at the first census to 16.5 million 10 years ago. Nowadays, we have about 17.5 million inhabitants. The other line is the mean household size. You see that was always like something like 4 or 5 people per household on average. But in the post-war period, you see a gradual decline towards about 2 people per household nowadays. And so there are many more variables that you can compare over time. So every 10 years, you have a very detailed picture of society. And we think it's very interesting to continue with the censuses and see how the country develops over time. It's also important to compare between countries. This is a map that was made for me by the UNECE colleagues in Geneva, showing the different UNECE countries, the 56 countries mentioned by Fiona this morning. And although each country is unique with its unique census, we have here tried to group countries based on information given by these countries, how they conducted their censuses. You see that in the last round, most countries have a green color, indicating it's a traditional census. It could be with full field enumeration, without using data from registers. It also includes a rolling census, like in France, where they interview a number of people every year and take a moving average as an estimate. There are 10 countries in the last round that had a combined census. So they used data from registers, but they also had some field data collection. And then there's a group of 9 register-based census countries. So the 9 countries you see here are the 5 Nordic countries, the Netherlands, Belgium, Austria, and Slovenia. Those were the countries that didn't have census questionnaires in the last round. And what we see over time is countries move gradually from traditional to combined, combined to register-based. And this is a process that many countries show. And this map will certainly change in the next round. We have heard about lots of plans, but of course, in the end, we will see what census the different countries conducted. There will be some postponements because of the COVID crisis, because some countries have announced to have the census not this year or next year, but probably in 2022. So it will take some time, but then we can produce an update of this map. People often ask me, well, that's interesting. You have the census every 10 years, a short time to produce the tables. What's happening in between? Well, lots of activities. I've been heavily involved, for example, in new European implementing regulations based on the recommendations by the UNFPA. But we have also been conducting a number of preparatory projects at our office. We've been working on the methodology to estimate the occupation tables in the next round, because in the next round, only occupation remains as a variable on survey basis. All the other variables will be register based. And of course, you also need software to do that. So we have developed the software and we are testing the software to see if everything works correctly, so that when the 2021 data are available, we can directly run the software and produce the tables. Level of education was a survey variable in the last round, but it will be based on the educational attainment file. It's not complete, but the remaining missing information will be imputed so that it can be considered a register variable in the 2021 census. We're also looking very carefully at the different housing variables because there have been some changes in definitions in some of the registers. So we have to study that and how to cope with those changes and how to make the data comparable with the previous census and how to take care that they meet the requirements. New in the 2021 census will be the population grid squares. There is now a legal base for that, but to protect all these very detailed geodata is quite challenging, and that's why we have been studying how to do that, and we will also give courses on the methods we are planning to apply to be sure that the privacy of the individuals can be guaranteed with these new, very detailed grid square tables. This was in a nutshell what we have been doing and what we are doing and what we are going to do. I hope it is of use to you. Well, this is how Holland should look like in the winter, but I must say that today is a very sunny day with 15 degrees, so snow has not yet arrived. But if there are questions, I look very much forward to this discussion with you later on today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Eric. We had first snow in Kyiv yesterday. So Ukraine and the Netherlands, they look similar. Thank you for such a detailed historic information about your experience, for references to the published material as of 2011. We are very happy that such an experienced country as Holland agreed to join our task force on development of the project of transition to register-based census in Ukraine. So before the Q&A session, we have one more presentation, and I have honor to give floor Marcia Rango from the International Organization, Migration International Organization, and she's coordinating the activity. She is the manager of the innovation department in work with data, and she's also the co-organizer of the initiative Alliance Big Data for Migration, that is looking for innovative ways of work with data to study migration processes and to improve database of factual data for development of efficient policies. Today, Mrs. Rango is going to present this initiative, which perhaps shall become the future for Ukraine to improve the statistics of the population. So, dear Marcia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you for having me as well. I'm really delighted to be here and bring part of IOM's experience and also the experience of the Global Migration Data Analysis Center of IOM based in Berlin into this interesting forum. We'd like to thank the organizers and also thank the IOM colleagues in Kiev for facilitating our participation in this event. So I would like to share my screen and I hope you will be able to see the slides. Please, if you could, perfect, you can see, perfect. So first of all, my presentation will be slightly different. I will be talking a little bit about the work we have been doing at IOM together with many other partners actually to harness the potential of non-traditional data sources to improve understanding of certain migration-related phenomena. And I would like to focus in particular on the feasibility of using anonymized and openly available data provided by social media platform to estimate numbers of international migrants in different countries. And in other words, the possibility of using social media platforms as a sort of real-time census, so to speak. And I'm aware that I'm talking to a room it's almost filled with statisticians, and so I know that this will make you cringe, but I will explain a little bit what we've been doing with our colleagues and also go through the potential more generally of using new data sources to understand certain migration topics and what are the key challenges and how do we also plan to address some of these challenges. So this is based, first of all, on a joint work with our colleagues at the European Commission Knowledge Center on Migration and Demography in Italy at the Joint Research Center, and also with the Governance Lab at New York University. And these are the co-conveners of the Big Data for Migration Alliance that was mentioned in the beginning, and I will talk a little bit about that later on. And the work that I'm presenting today on social media advertising platform is also based on collaboration with the Max Planck Institute of Demographic Research in Germany, in particular, Emilio Zagani, and the Qatar Computing Research Institute and Ingmar Weber as Director of Research of this institute in Doha. So I wanted to start, first of all, with a few points about the global context, since I'm aware that this forum is not only addressing migration, but census and register-based censuses and population statistics more generally. I wanted to place the conversation on data innovation, in particular when it comes to migration, into this global context. So first, I would like to acknowledge that there's been really remarkable progress in the conversation about big data for migration statistics and data innovation more generally. In the last 4 or 5 years, there have been lots of different initiatives popping up. There's a UN Global Working Group on Big Data for Official Statistics that includes several national statistical offices around the world, experts and international organizations. Data innovation as a topic is now consistently on the agenda of global events on migration statistics, the International Forum on Migration Statistics, to mention one of these. The last one was in Cairo in January. And at IOM, we started paying attention to this topic in 2014. So it's about a few years ago. And at the time, there were only a few academic studies on this topic of new data sources. And we're talking about mobile phone data, social media data, email activity, online activity to study human mobility and migration aspects. And there was a widespread skepticism, I must say, particularly in the statistical community, about the possibility of really using these data sources and integrating these data sources and methods and new methods regularly into the production of official statistics. It is not that that skepticism has disappeared, but I must say that we noticed that it has remarkably reduced, and that the presentation also from the colleague from the National Statistical Office in Spain earlier about how they're trying to integrate mobile phone data when it comes to estimation of internal mobility and commuting patterns, especially with COVID response, is really a sign of these changes really in the last few years. So this sort of a data revolution, as we like to think or the beginning, at least, of a data revolution in migration statistics, has really received great momentum with the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, and also more recently, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. And just because these frameworks are really, for once, the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda really is the first global development framework that explicitly recognizes the role of migration as a force for development and the reduction of inequalities within and across countries in one specific goal, which is goal number 10, and the need to leave no one behind, including migrants, in sustainable development. And there's also one specific target that looks at the importance of data disaggregation by basic characteristics, including migratory status. And the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly Migration has 23 objectives. It's the first, it's a historic achievement. It's the first international intergovernmental agreement on international migration adopted by most countries around the world in 2018. It has 23 objectives on how to improve national, regional, and global governance on migration. And the first of these objectives relates to data, and is to collect and utilize accurate and disaggregated information and data as a basis for evidence-based policies. In particular, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly Migration also mentions the need to harness different data sources, including big data, to improve migration statistics. And why is this important for data innovation? Well, because these frameworks, first of all, represent a huge challenge, as obviously many people in this virtual room will know, for national statistical offices to produce statistics and to report progress on a set of this, on this huge agenda for development, 169 targets and several indicators related to migration as well. And meanwhile, many countries find it also difficult to even report basic facts and figures about migration, the numbers of migrants in a country in a timely fashion, but also particularly the movements and how many migrants are moving from one country to another during a specific period of time. And obviously the other point, and sorry, I'm looking at the other screen, I have two screens here, but it's the impact of COVID that also has given impetus to this conversation about data innovation and the need to exploit existing data sources, particularly from the private sector, because during health crises and other emergencies, it is really essential to have timely statistics and at the same time, the possibility of collecting data from other data sources and traditional data sources are severely reduced. So the key insight on data innovation is that there is a huge amount of data that is already there, data that are already being collected and are largely untapped. They're not utilized in systematic ways and for purposes of informing public policies. And this is largely because they're in the hands of private sector and businesses and companies. And this is why we need ethically responsible and privacy safeguarding collaboration frameworks that can allow us to reuse data that are already being collected and tap into this potential. And this is particularly important also in countries where statistical capacities, traditional statistical capacities are particularly limited and where resources are limited and can actually be a force for improving evidence on migration, among other different topics, but obviously I will focus on migration and for informing public policies. There's also another important point that I would like to make in this introduction, that is, that does not mean, by no means, it means that we should scrap all the traditional data collection systems or that big data and data innovation will replace traditional sources and the rigorous statistical methods that countries have and national statistical offices have anytime soon. So big data and small data are not in competition, as I always tend to stress in these kinds of meetings. We very much need both, but we have to find ways, I think, as an international statistical community to integrate these two. And I think this will be a huge topic going forward. There will be more and more progress in this area, and it will be increasingly difficult to look away from the potential of using and integrating these new data sources into the production, possibly of official migration statistics in ways that are can still be rigorous and ethical and responsible. So just to give you an overview of what we see as the potential of, or what's emerged about the potential of new data sources for the analysis of migration related aspects. And these advantages are really linked to the fact that new data sources can allow us to complement or fill some of the gaps that we have in traditional data sources and methods. So we're talking about, first of all, the high level of detail, the high spatial resolution and frequency of updates. So the timeliness also of this information and the possibility to frequently update this information that are unthinkable really with traditional data sources, or are not achievable with traditional data sources. And the fact that these data are collected and can be potentially analyzed in real time, providing really timely information, which is one of the key challenges that are obviously present with traditional data sources for legitimate and obvious reasons. The also wide coverage, the possibility to also cover hard to reach populations that cannot be reached through traditional enumeration and data collection and door-to-door data collection. The fact that we're talking about the whole population of users of mobile phones and social media, obviously that varies depending on the platform that we're considering, the data source that we're considering. But in terms of access to mobile phone data, for instance, around the world, this has increased dramatically in the past few years. And there are still biases, obviously, in this data. But as internet access and mobile phone network coverage improves also across rural areas around the world, this will be really a way to cover the entire population of these users. The richness of information is another advantage. The fact that through some of these data, as I will show, we can collect really detailed information, disaggregated information about our populations of interest. And also, primarily, I would say, the relatively low cost, the fact that these data are already there and are already being collected and used in other ways for purposes that have nothing to do with public policies. And so obviously this low cost will depend on the possibility of accessing the data, of striking agreements with the private sector companies collecting these types of information, like the mobile phone network operators in Spain. They're very interested to hear more about the Spanish experience in this regard, but also data from other platforms that are available and that I will focus on. So just jumping on, because I know time is going very fast, on the example that I wanted to focus on, which is one of the sources, new data sources that holds some promise for the analysis of migration, and its advertising platforms of social media services. In particular here, based on joint work with our colleagues, again, at the European Commission, Qatar, and the Max Planck Institute, we're focusing on Facebook and the Facebook advertising platform. So these are platforms offered by social media applications to anyone interested in advertising their products or services on this platform. And the Facebook network in particular, the API, Application Public Interface, allows users and advertisers to select a targeted audience based on a number of characteristics. So talk about country of residence, country of birth, age, sex, education, interests, etc. And for a specific selection, the social media application will provide an estimate of the number of people that respond to those characteristics, that correspond to those characteristics. And so the size of our audience in terms of either daily or monthly active users. And this is only if the group that we're looking at is larger than 1,000 people. This used to be different, it used to be a lower number, and for reasons of obviously privacy and protection and data protection, it's now 1,000 people. These estimates are publicly available to anyone, are anonymized, obviously, and the relevance to migration is that one of the variables that are authored by the Facebook network is what users used to live in a different country, in country X, what users have changed their residence, which of course is one of the key variables to identify a migrant population in a country. And so that is what begs the question whether Facebook network audience estimates can be used to estimate stocks of migrants, numbers of migrants, or at least people who have changed countries of residence in close to real time. Obviously, we do not know when these people have changed the country of residence. We have no way of verifying whether this definition that Facebook uses to classify users corresponds to the UN recommended definition of an international migrant, someone who changes country of usual residence for at least six months or 1 year, actually, for long-term migrants. But still, this can provide an interesting indication of this population. So obviously there are caveats and issues to consider, and one is the reliability, and sorry, I'm still on this slide, but on the reliability of self-reported data, this issue of definitions that I was talking about, also how Facebook actually classifies people who in these groups. And we know that it's not only self-reported information that is being used, but also social media activity, the network of friends, or and other variables that fall into this mysterious algorithm that Facebook uses to classify users and migrants and expats, as Facebook calls them. Also, we have a clear issue of selection bias and penetration rate. Facebook is not as popular in Italy or Germany as it is in Russia, for instance, or in Ukraine. There's an issue of selection bias of users. Obviously, younger people perhaps tend to be more active users of Facebook than people in older age groups. People use Facebook differently across countries, across rural areas, urban areas, gender or sex, etc. And so the key point here would be about understanding what bias we're talking about in order to correct for the bias. And that is exactly what we did in this joint paper with our colleagues. So for instance, here you can see just to give you an idea of this bias across the US and Kenya on this slide. On the left, we have a population pyramid for the US. The light shading is population estimates based on UN estimates. And then the dark shading is the raw number of Facebook network monthly active users. And I believe this was 2018 data. And where it overlaps is basically where the number of Facebook users overlaps with population statistics. As you can see in the US, Facebook tends to overestimate the number of people who are in younger age groups and underestimate, as we would expect, the number of people who are in older age groups, the population in older age groups. But the gender bias is not exactly there. So the bias seems to correspond across male and female. If you look at the Kenya example, Facebook tends to overestimate population at all age groups. The light shading, as you can see, is much higher than the Facebook network monthly active users. And the bias is more pronounced for female. So Facebook is actually, there's a lower number of Facebook network users who are female compared to the total population and relative to the male population. So if we manage to understand this bias, then we're able to potentially correct for this bias and potentially use this information to estimate the number of expats or migrants, or anyway, people who have changed the country of residence. And we did that in this paper, and I will just show you, because of lack of time, some of just the most interesting results that we found. We also obviously found results that have that are not very interesting for some countries, but in some countries, particularly the Spanish example, and in Spain, and I'm sure if our colleague is still there, what we did is we compared the number of monthly corrected number based on our correction methodology, correcting for the bias which considers the penetration rate of Facebook in countries of origin and destination. But we looked at particularly the number of Venezuelan migrants and refugees in Spain, looking at the Facebook estimates. So those are the little blue dots. And we compared those with official data sources from the National Statistics Office, the Instituto Nacional de Estadística, and also Eurostat statistics. So if we do that, we can clearly notice, and this data goes to up until January, but we can do this exercise right now. We could pick up the numbers from Facebook. And you can notice that, so with Facebook data, we can come up to almost real time. But the trend that we notice in the number of Venezuelan migrants and refugees in Spain is pretty similar. Obviously, what we're interested in here is not the absolute numbers according to Facebook, because we know we cannot trust those absolute numbers. But we are looking at the trend, and we are able to identify the trend as it is happening. So what is called nowcasting with these data sources, identified early on before it might appear in traditional statistics. And that indication can be useful already from a policymaking perspective. And how do we make this information obviously trustworthy, and how do we verify the validity of the information will be clearly one of the key issues going forward. So just very quickly, the challenges, I've mentioned already quite a few of them, but obviously we cannot overlook in particular the ethical issues surrounding use of new data sources and these kinds of data that are collected by private operators and obviously do not fall under the legal framework for the production of official statistics in a country. And also we need to be very careful at how this information is used and who is using this information and for what purposes, particularly when we're talking, for instance, about migrants in vulnerable situations and groups of populations that could actually be harmed by being identified or being located in certain regions, in certain parts of the countries. And so how do we make this information available and usable in ways that are responsible and ethically responsible? Issues of confidentiality, obviously here we're talking about anonymized data and publicly available data and great aggregates, but there is an issue particularly when we cross-reference different data sources and new data sources to actually identify people. And these are issues that have to be addressed actively and that we need to be aware of. But the key point is that looking at this potential does not mean ignoring all these issues. It means actually trying to address all these issues so that we can make use of these existing data sources more systematic and viable in countries around the world and help monitor progress on these global frameworks that we have, particularly on migration. Obviously, then there are issues of access to the data, of continuity of the data. Facebook is popular nowadays. It might not be popular in 5 years. There may be other platforms. And so how do we address this issue of also the continuity of the data, the independence of the information that is produced by private sectors, and the definitions that do not correspond to the official definitions of international migrants, and also the fact that there are various initiatives in this sense, but there's not really one single platform, or they didn't used to be until we created this Big Data for Migration Alliance that looks specifically at the potential of new data sources for the analysis of migration topics. And so I'll just maybe end with this note on the Big Data for Migration Alliance, and I'll be happy to provide more information and answer any questions. This is a joint initiative, again, with the European Commission and Knowledge and Governance Lab at New York universities that we created in 2018. There is a platform that we recently launched, dataformigration.org, that we're now expanding. And it is basically a network of people working across different sectors, international organizations, civil society, experts, and the research community, and the private sector, that aims to harness data innovation for migration analysis and migration policymaking. And we've had different activities that I don't have time to go through in detail at the moment. Right now, we are developing a guidance or a guidebook on how to harness new data sources of different kinds for the analysis of different migration topics. And this is based on contributions from all our partners across the Big Data for Migration Alliance. You will find in the platform also information about how to join. And what we are aiming to do is really facilitating the conversation with private sector operators and businesses around how to harness this data, what are also the key incentives from the private sector side and the key needs for information on the public policy side, and how can we really build data collaboration frameworks that can be sustainable and that can help us harness the potential of these new data sources for our public information needs and for social purposes. So I will end it at that, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Yes, dear Marcia, we do have questions already. Thank you so much for such an interesting insights on the big data use for measuring migration processes. We hope that there will be partnership with the International Organization on Migration in Ukraine on our
перепису у раунді 2030 року і у роботі з вдосконалення взагалі статистики міграції в Україні.
In the round 30 in Ukraine. So the presentation agenda is already over. Now we move to Q&A session. Unfortunately, we do not have much time left, but I want to repeat that all the questions that will not be answered because of the time limitations. We are collecting, we'll create a separate collection of questions, and after the last fourth webinar, we shall send them.
Просимо їх надати свої відповіді. І потім ці відповіді будуть
all of the panel, and afterwards these replies will be in open access placed on one of our sources. So let's move to Q&A session. A question to the Statistics Service of Ukraine. Does the Statistics Service have the aim to use big data to assess migration movements of population? Igor Evgenievich Wagner, head of Statistics Service of Ukraine. Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists because today we had a very interesting presentation, very useful ones. And I'm, as the head of the Ukrainian Statistics Office, would like to say that it was very interesting, and these presentations were very, transparent and very clear, helping us to assess the path that's ahead of Ukraine based on the experience of those countries that have presented today and at the previous sessions. Yes, and now answering the question. Yes, the Statistics Service plans to use big data to assess migration movements, not in the sense that you heard it right now as a big data analysis via social platform, but we do cooperate with mobile operators. We have a memorandum with Kyivstar mobile operator. We cooperate with them in the framework of the pilot project on assessment of tourism. And we hope that further on we'll plan to cooperate on migration assessment inside of the country and the external migration, because it's very easy to do it by using big data that are present at mobile operators, and this is big resource for all national statistics offices, and we mentioned this now, and the previous speakers with experience of Spain and many other countries are using it. Next. Moreover, we have used the mobile operators' data when assessing the the number of population. We use the data of 3 mobile operators: LifeCell, Vodafone, and Kyivstar. And on the basis of this data assessment, on the basis of assessment data of taxpayers register, we managed to evaluate the quantity of population. Of course, it was just a try, and the methodology needs to be developed further on, but on the level of the country and on the level of the oblasts of our country, we have obtained quite representative data in opinion of the Statistics Service of Ukraine. But unfortunately, dear colleagues, I have no opportunity to hear answers to the questions and participate in this discussion because I have to leave because I have a very tight schedule and I have to enter another session right now. And I'm thanking all of you for such wonderful presentations, and I wish you all a very good discussion, fruitful discussion.
Дуже дякую, пане Ігоре. Я хочу нагадати, що
And thank you for the participation. I would like to remind that our webinars will be published or posted on YouTube, and all those who couldn't have joined us or who had to leave us sooner, you can watch these webinars in full thanks to YouTube. Next question. Will the presentations be published on the at the end of the this webinar? Yes, all the presentations and all the documents according to the topics of these presentations will be published after our online forum in our general information collection, and they will be available. They will be in open access. Next question. Digital technologies are developing. I'm curious to find out about the new formats of surveys and which of them can be used. So the question is for our foreign specialists, and the question is for the surveys when doing traditional census.
I'm not sure if I got the question. Perhaps, Eric, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, I'm a bit in doubt because I did not really get the question. So could you briefly summarize the question?
Me too.
Давайте я спробую ще
Yes,
раз.
I will try it again. Our participants are curious to find out about new formats of surveys or of questionnaires due to the digital technologies development. So I mean the surveys that refer to the statistics of the population. Can anybody comment on it? Some new formats?
Perhaps the question is about the use of multi-channel surveys. I mean, meaning in the traditional surveys or censuses, the main way of collecting data is by means of a paper or perhaps a copy questionnaire. But nowadays, in most of the countries, we are using multi-channel approach, meaning internet survey and also telephone surveys. This is the approach that most of the countries that even today are collecting traditional censuses are using. I mean, they send questionnaires to, or they contact to all the households, but the collection is not via paper or even visit to the household, but via CAWI, I mean, internet or CATI. This is not the case of us. I mean, having a register-based census. But in the case of the 2011 census in Spain, that was a mix. We used this internet form. Is roughly a little less than 40% of the questionnaires were collected through the internet. It's a promising way, but again, it's in the world of the traditional censuses or surveys. The register-based census is another world, isn't it?
Maybe I can just add to what Antonio said. I have in front of me responses received just in the last few weeks from countries across our region where we've asked about what census methodologies are being applied. And among those countries that are conducting a traditional census, as Antonio said, because we're only concerned with traditional censuses for these kind of techniques, almost all of them have reported that they're using tablets, smartphones, or handheld devices to aid their collection. But we've asked them about their expected uptake of internet self-response. So that's people completing the form at home on their own devices. And we get a really, really large range, ranging from 10% in some of the countries up to a target of 85% in others. So yeah, it's pretty clear that even when internet self-response is introduced as a possibility, it's not going to be the only mode that can be used for the moment in a traditional census.
Oleg, can I add something to what Fiona has said? There are two issues here. One is where you're collecting the same data from different multi-channel sources, i.e. you're using a paper questionnaire and maybe an online questionnaire, and there are clearly response biases there to which you have to take account of. But then you're collecting different data from different channels. So you're collecting one lot of data from a questionnaire and another set of data from administrative registers. And you have to make sure that you're merging and capturing the same information about the same people. So there are two different issues there. Maybe Fiona will remind me, but I think some of those issues are actually covered in the quality assessment report that's coming out next year.
Yeah, that's true, Ian. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, Антоніо, Фіона, Ian.
Thanks so much, Antonio, Fiona, and others. Thank you so much. Let's proceed. I hope that the person who asked this question is happy with the answer. So next question is probably related to register-based censuses, which are going to happen in the future. Will you take into account people without citizenship as well as international students in these censuses? And if so, how exactly?
Maybe I could try to give an answer to this question. When we moved from traditional to register-based censuses, it also had an effect on who is in the population. Because in a traditional census, you typically try to cover the usual resident population according to international standards. With a register-based census, in principle, you cover all people who are registered in your census. In the case of my country, all people who live here permanently are registered. If they have Dutch citizenship or not, doesn't matter. If you live here permanently, you're registered and you're counted in the census. The interesting question is, when you move to this country, when are you registered? Well, when you have a good reason to stay here, for example, when you marry and you want to stay together, that's a good reason. When you're an asylum seeker and you're recognized, then you're registered as well. There are also people who come here because they have a job. People are looking for this person because we need that person on the labor market, and then you get a permit and you're registered. And when people leave the country, it may take a little while but then people are what we call deregistered. So this way we try to cover the population over time. There may be small time lags, but after a little while, it gives a good impression of who is actually in the country. But we have to realize that the registered population and the usual resident population are not exactly the same. There are small differences between those two concepts. For example, those who are still in the register, but they have emigrated. So that's an issue we discussed also this morning. They are still part of the register population, but they're not in the usual resident population. And when people enter the country illegally, they are by definition not in the registered population, but they can of course belong to the usual resident population. But when I speak for my own country, these two groups are relatively small compared to the total population. And they also partly cancel each other out. So the differences aren't very big, but this is something to realize, that a different census may also have an effect on the census population.
Дякую, Ерику. Наступне запитання.
Thanks so much, Eric. Next question to Fiona. Among the benefits of register-based censuses, you said that it is the opportunity to hold censuses frequently. In your opinion, which is the interval for register-based censuses? Is the optimal one, is the best one?
Thank you. It's an interesting question. I'm not sure that my opinion is necessarily what should be taken into account. It's fine to say we recommend that a census be conducted at least every 10 years. That's the key wording. But I think it isn't the place of anyone outside of a country to say what the needs of the country are. So if conducting a register-based census gives you the possibility to conduct at, let's say, 5-year intervals or to do an annual update, then it's up to the needs of the users of the data, the policymakers, to say whether they think that it would be valuable to them to have a census conducted more frequently, weighing up the additional costs that might be entailed in doing that as well. I can say from looking at the responses that we've received from countries across our region recently, that a vast majority of countries are still conducting a decennial census, irrespective of what method they're using. So even among those who are doing an entirely register-based census. But there are a growing number who are moving towards every 5 years or conducting smaller updates on an annual basis. And those who are within the European Union are also, of course, being encouraged to move towards annual updates as well. But really to stress that it's very much to be determined by the needs of the country, not by what I might think or what any of the other external people might think. Thanks.
If I can just add to Fiona, I can agree with her. It is really up to the user how frequently they want the data. But it should be noted that if you're looking at register-based data, many of the characteristics of a person will not change. Their marital status may not change. Their higher educational qualification will not change. Their citizenship will not change. What will change is, of course, where they're living and the number of migrants that might come in. But many variables that are in the register will not change. And it really depends on what information, up-to-date information, the user will want. So, for example, obviously employment is a thing that changes. The number of migrants that change, the number of people who may be homeless may change. Those are the sorts of variables that are changeable, and it may well be that users will want that sort of information more frequently, but they won't need to know, say, the marital status of the population any more frequently than once every 5 years.
Дякую, Фіоно, дякую, Іан.
Ian, Fiona, thanks so much for your questions. Are all countries stick to the principles and recommendation of the United Nations related to register-based census? And how often do you update these recommendations?
Thank you. In fact, these recommendations were only published towards the end of 2018, so there hasn't been any update to them as yet. As I said during the presentation, it's definitely guidance. It's not a list of rules, and because of that, we don't have any kind of overview of who's following the rules or not. So I don't think it's something I can really answer, the extent to which countries are following the guidance. We can give some information about how many countries are conducting a register-based census. And as Eric showed in his presentation, there's certainly a gradual move towards a larger proportion of countries in our region conducting either a combined or a register-based census, and of course, therefore, fewer conducting a traditional census. The extent to which countries are actually following the guidance that we put forth about assessing quality, for example, only the individual countries can tell. We don't sort of keep tabs on countries on asking them to report to us the details of what they're doing there.
Дякую, Фіона. Наступне
Thanks so
запитання.
much, Fiona. Next question is also to you. I have it in Russian, so in order to avoid interpretation, I will try to read it out to you in English. Just a second.
Fiona, thanks a lot for your presentation. You touched upon very important issues of the census organization methodology. Talking about the quality of working with the census data, what are the requirements, the job requirements or professional requirements to those specialists who will work on the organization of register-based census and will have access to various data sources? Are there any recommendations on the procedure for accrediting such specialists?
Thank you. That's another very interesting question. That's not an area that we have specifically considered in relation to censuses. We do have guidance produced by colleagues of mine in UNECE on data confidentiality processes, for example. And I cannot say for certain, but I would imagine that would include some considerations of staff. And perhaps also our guidance on human resources. So I can put links to both of those in there, although I can't promise that they would definitely contain such information. I think probably just at the highest level, taking into consideration the fundamental principles of official statistics, I presume that there must be processes to ensure that everybody is acting to the highest ethical standards in accordance with political independence and so on. But I think perhaps my colleagues in the countries might be able to give more concrete answers about the profiles of their staff who are actually working with administrative data sources.
Thanks, Fiona. Then over to our colleagues from national statistical offices.
I think that's one for Eric. Eric, how qualified are you to work on the Dutch census?
Well, let's try to answer this question in general. But it's true that it requires other skills. If you look at the traditional census, there are a lot of people interviewing, a lot of people editing to get the data right. With register-based censuses, you need less staff, but you need highly qualified staff. You need people who are able to work with large data sets, who are able to link different data. You need people who know the different topics and can compare the results with other results and how feasible the results are. So what you typically see is that you have a smaller team, but it was highly qualified people. For us, this was a gradual process. Over time, you see that our office has become smaller. At the top, around 1980, we had about 3,500 employees. Now we have only about half of them. So that's quite a change. And this change was reached over 40 years. So it's a gradual process that when people who do a lot of editing retire, they are not replaced by the same kind of people, but a smaller number of highly qualified academics is hired. And over time, more and more statistics, including our census, have smaller teams with highly qualified people. Also, the number of interviewers in our office went down enormously because we have less and less surveys. We only have surveys where we ask people about attitudes, for example, that you can't get information about from registers. And also we outsource the peaks in our surveys because it's very difficult to have that as permanent staff. So this is a gradual process that's now more or less concluded. In the last few years, our number of staff is relatively stable, although when people retire, they are replaced by young academics that have just graduated, and we try to hire very good, young, talented people, but we also educate them a lot by giving them courses. We have what we call a Central Bureau of Statistics Academy with lots of specialized courses that people can attend to learn more. Also, if they want to move to another unit, it's very handy to have that. But also people learn a lot by training on the job, just by getting supervised by an older, more experienced staff member. People learn a lot just by doing. So that's kind of our approach.
Thanks, Fiona. Thanks, Eric. I guess that's pretty comprehensive answers to the question posed. And now I have several questions for Kaija from Finland. So I got to stay in the English channel. Kaija, what were the most difficult challenges when transitioning the census methodology in Finland? Is there a ranking list of challenges by their difficulty?
No, how to answer? We do not have, and I'm not sure if we have ever thought by in that way, but maybe I think that what we have to work most, or what was the latest variable, for example, which we could produce by register-based. It was the activity status, this labor force status on the population. It took the most time. For other variables, other like for persons, for education, other those, there was much easier to take just for one. We maybe had only one data source for each variables, but I think this was the most difficult data and variable to combine and define, and to have this kind of information, we need a lot of negotiation with different data authorities. So I think it was really difficult process to convince and discuss with all register owners that we need this data and for which purposes. They somehow wanted to keep their data they own, and they don't want to give it to us. And I think it took quite many years to negotiate and make it clear to them that this will benefit for all society.
Thank you, Kaya. And the next one is, how did you assess the quality of registers? Well, I believe, in fact, this question was answered in very great detail during the first webinar. So I would rather refer the author of this question to the presentation from webinar one made by Kaya. But the next question is, how did the quality of registers change over time in Finland? Maybe you can comment on that.
Yes, it changed over time. You know that it happened different changes in legislation, and most of these administrative sources, they are based on those things what happen in society. There comes new laws, and based on these new laws, they happen changes in registers. And there has happened many different changes, and we have some of them had good effect in the registers, but some have not so good. So, for example, in our employment data, once happened so that it wasn't possible to receive data on employment under persons under 18 years. So then we noticed that it was the bad effect to our quality of employment data. After that, it wasn't possible to get information on employed persons under that age. And then we always can then compare this data to based on, for example, labor force survey. We have always the same kind of data what is collected from based on surveys. So in that way we can evaluate what is the quality of our register data, comparing it to survey data, for example. But it happens, and it is very important to keep in mind that when you receive data from registers, there is always happening changes in legislation, and they have effect to the register. And for that reason, it's very important to keep very close contact to this register owners, to try to influence for them that they would take note your wishes and negotiate so that if it could be possible to stay those variables you need also in future in the register, even if they are not valuable for the register keeper themselves.
Okay, thank you, Kaya. And yet another one for you. When you did a census in Finland, combining the registers and questioning of the respondents, did they have to confirm their responses showing certain documents to the enumerators?
No. They just answered as they thought it was the right answer, but there was no need to show the answer or somehow verify the answer.
Thank you. And now over to Antonio. What sources were used for getting the information about homeless persons? Who is the owner of such a register that takes care of homeless persons? And how do you track mortality of these people in such a register? And I have to be sorry for not getting back to Ukrainian, which I'm going to do now. Антоніо, ви з нами?
Antonio, are you here? Are you with us?
Добре, залишимо це запитання.
Okay, let's leave this question for later. And now we'll move to the following question, to the next question. We have a question to Marcia, to dear Marcia, and we have the reply in Zoom chat, but dear Marcia, could you please speak up and say the reply, your answer to those who cannot see the chat. So there's a great potential for use of big data, but how can we measure the quality of data from such different sources? So dear Marcia, the floor is yours.
Sorry, it took a while to unmute myself. Thank you very much. I think it was Ian White. Thank you very much for the question. Yes, I replied briefly. Obviously, these are very big questions. But in some, I think quality, of course, is one of the main issues when we talk about big data and new data sources more generally. Social media data in particular, because there's an element of uncertainty and reliability about self-reported information that is then used. And that obviously exacerbates the quality issues. And I think, in short, what will need to happen is we need to make peace with the fact that these data sources will not be perfect, and we will need a lot of experimentation, a lot of trial and error, iteration, and also making sure that we're verifying the validity of the information through comparisons with official statistics and official and hard truth data from traditional data sources. So this is a relatively early stage still. I mean, despite all the progress that has been made, we are still at an early stage in terms of uses of new data sources for official statistics. And we really need to verify the validity repeatedly and understanding what kinds of data sources are more valuable or can tell us can give us some quality sort of insights into the phenomena that we're looking at and in what contexts. And this will vary dramatically across data sources, across countries, and depending on obviously, internet penetration, social media, and other platforms penetration, and how the different companies are communicating also how these data are being collected what lies at the base of their algorithms for classifying different types of populations, for instance. And so that is why we really need to build sort of these partnerships and try and repeat and iterate and scale up eventually. I think, it's also a matter of what are we asking of these data, right? The plan is not to drop the traditional data sources, as I said, and the traditional statistical systems overall. It's trying to understand where uses of some of these data sources would make sense. And this may be clear, maybe when it comes to migration in context of, for instance, environmental displacement and natural disasters and crises, where the needs for information are particularly urgent, and to provide targeted humanitarian assistance to populations that we would otherwise not have a way of knowing where these are located and what the needs are. In other policy questions, in other contexts, obviously, that's what we need to clarify. What are the key gaps, and where can these new data sources help fill some of these gaps? And so being clear about these questions will also be fundamental, I think, in moving towards a more systematic integration of these data. Yeah. Thank you.
Дякую. Дякую, пані Марці. Ще коротеньке запитання.
Thank you, dear Marcia. Another short question for you. how is the access obtained from the owners of big data, and is it easy to get that access? What can you tell from your experience?
Yes, thank you. So it depends on the data source, right? So for the social media advertising platforms, some of these data are openly available. As I said, for the Facebook network, for instance, advertising platform, these are offered to anyone willing to advertise services or products on Facebook, for instance. Other social media platforms also offer these kinds of services. In other cases, the data will have to be purchased. And so there is a business case obviously made by some companies out of the data that they're collecting. It has been the case for LinkedIn data. It has been the case, although things are obviously shifting, right? And this is why the dialogue with the private sector operators at the country, both at the national level, but also at the global level, in terms of really building these types of data collaboratives will be essential. So in a nutshell, yes, it does depend. With the mobile phone network operators, there's lots of lessons, I think, from the COVID experience in particular. I'm aware, I mean, it was really interesting to hear also Ukraine has been working and has an MOU with the mobile phone network operators in the country, the Spanish experience, and also at the European level when it comes to COVID response and monitoring the impact of the restrictions on people's movements as well within the European Union. There have been a lot of developments more recently with agreements that span different countries and mobile phone operators operating across different countries. And the European Commission and Joint Research Center has particularly done a lot of work in this area. So obviously in times of crisis and in terms of public health emergencies, the need and the problems are urgent, and that is why obviously there is more of an incentive perhaps to either look for these partnerships and also from the private sector side to participate in these kinds of frameworks. But yes, there are, I mean, in short, there have been successful, I think, experiences across countries when it comes to partnerships with the mobile phone network operators. For the social media, it depends on the platform, and then there are other data sources, obviously, that we're not even talking about or looking at. I mean, we haven't mentioned satellite data, which is also obviously, in most cases openly available, and yes, other data collected by private sector that could be helpful. It will all be a matter of really, really starting this dialogue and understanding what are the incentives and what are the obstacles to these types of collaborations in every context.
Дякую, Марція. Наступне запитання.
Thanks so much for your answer. The next question is the following. What is the role of Eurostat in organization of censuses in the countries of Europe?
This is probably not for me.
Це запитання.
This is a question to everyone.
I would let more knowledgeable speakers talk about this.
Maybe I could say a few words about the role of Eurostat and the national statistical institutes in Europe regarding the census. All the individual member states of the European Union conduct their own censuses, and they are free to choose any method they like. So that's their own decision. Also, the countries are allowed to ask whatever they want or whatever they need for their own users. But there is also a European obligation that a number of variables and a number of categories have to be collected at least. And a number of tables have to be produced by all countries, so that these tables are not only available for one country, but for all European Union countries. And then they are very well comparable. And what you see in practice is that all countries produce those tables. They are published on the European Census Hub. And in addition, there are lots of other national tables that are specifically interesting for the policymakers, the researchers, and the public at large in the different countries. And these requirements by the European Union, they're all based on regulations, so acts that make it mandatory for all countries to have at least that information available.
Can I just add a few words to what Eric has said there? Eric will recall that when he and I first worked together on the designing the wording the first census regulation way back 10, 15 years ago. Do you remember Gregor Key, Eric? Anyway, one of the things that that I was concerned in, because at that time I was actually officially representing the UK, and as you know, in the UK we're very cynical about Eurostat and the EU. But one of the things I was concerned with wasn't because of the amount of data that Eurostat were asking of all countries, was what were Eurostat going to do with the data? And I'm still not convinced that Eurostat are very clear in what they do with the data. They're not, they just say, well, this is the regulation, this is what you do. And as Eric says, the regulation is very clear what EU member states are required to do. And of course, other European countries with aspirations to join the EU try to follow these regulations. But I'm always concerned that having supplied Eurostat with all this very detailed information sometimes, we don't really know what Eurostat actually does with it. Those people in Luxembourg, what do they actually do with the data? So I just raised this as an issue. The question is quite pertinent because, as you know, as Eric has just said earlier, after this current round of censuses, there will be a different regulation in which countries will be required to supply data on a more regular, updated basis. But I still would like to know, as an outside observer now, exactly why Eurostat want this data. What policy requirements do they need for this census data? That's not for you to answer, Eric.
May I just come in here? I don't wish to respond to what Ian said. I will refrain from commenting there, as both a Brit and an international civil servant. But I just wanted to say a couple of words about the relationship between Eurostat's support of population and housing censuses and ours at UNECE. Because I know that from an outsider's perspective, it can often look like there's sort of duplication of effort going on. But in fact, we have very close links with Eurostat. So there is always a member of Eurostat, representative of Eurostat on any of our task forces on censuses. We work very closely with them when we're developing the recommendations for each round of censuses. And they will take the UNECE recommendations and propose that countries within the EU apply those recommendations in conducting their censuses. So yeah, just to put in a good word for them there as well. Thanks.
Дякую, колеги. Дякую, колеги. Дякую, Fiona.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, Fiona. Unfortunately, we are running out of time and very fast. Let's do 2 more questions and we'll finish for today. So the question is in English. That's why I will switch to English channel again.
Many thanks to all speakers for interesting presentations. Your experience can be used as a roadmap for Ukraine to move to a register-based census. My question is about harnessing register data for SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, monitoring. What changes were introduced in your countries? Obviously a question to our international experts. Please.
Well, first of all, let me apologize because I've been out of the debate for a while. I had a problem with the mobile network, and perhaps I missed some questions, and so I'm sorry. About how to make changes to be able to respond to SDG requirements, I wouldn't say this. I don't have in my mind nothing special now. I mean. nothing special. I mean, moving from a traditional census to the register-based one. So I don't think the SDG is posing any special requirements that we are not able to collect with a register-based census, but perhaps I'm wrong.
If I can just add a comment there, I suspect that registers are not changed at all by any national requirement to produce SDG indicators. That's not what information on registers is collected for. They're normally collected just for the purely administrative purpose of the register, which will be a national purpose rather than an international purpose. What the statistical office will have to do, will have to see what is the best source of the data that will provide whatever SDG indicator there is, whether it's to do with the quality of housing or the percentage of women who are reach a certain level of education, whatever the variable is. I don't think you can change the register to provide that information. You have to just seek the best source of whatever registered data is available to actually create it. So the answer to the question is, I suspect in most countries, no changes are made to the register for the purposes of providing SDG indicators. Changes are made within the statistical office.
Дякую.
Thank you. And using this chance, having Mr. Antonio back, I would like to repeat my question for you. Which sources are used to form information on homeless people? Who is the manager of such register? And how is it accounted? How does it count the death rate of this category of population of homeless in this register?
In the case of Spain, we do have, actually we have a survey to the homeless people made every now and then. The next edition will be next year. And one of the questions we ask to the homeless people, I mean, this survey is made going to the municipal services or whatever, to all the places where you can find homeless people, even in the streets. And one of the questions we make to the homeless people is to what extent, how many of them are actually registered. We ask for the registration and we check if to what extent they are registered. And today, roughly the 93 or 94% of homeless people are registered, because getting registered is something easy in Spain, and all the services, the social services help homeless people to get registered, because normally they get also a kind of small payment around 400 euros monthly. All homeless people in Spain, almost all homeless people in Spain receive this kind of aid, of this 400 euros monthly. So I would say that we have homeless people roughly in the census. Actually, I will tell you one thing that I explained many times to people and make people sometimes even laugh about our padron. You are allowed in the padron, in the Spanish register, to say that the place where you live is under the bridge, whatever, or in the bench near the, in front of the pharmacy, whatever. It can be your normal place of living. You can declare so in the Spanish register.
Дуже дякую, пане Антоніо, і переходимо.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio, and let's move to the last question for today, which doesn't refer register-based census directly, but I think it's quite interesting. If the user of census data is the civil society, then what is the format of equality indicators between the society and the producer of the register? Perhaps you can give example of best practices.
Oleg, can you just repeat that question?
Так, звичайно. Користувачем даних перепису є громадянське суспільство.
What if civil society is the user of the data of census? What is the format of using indicators between civil society and between census? Are the examples of best practices? So is there a mechanism in your countries when indicators which have been developed as a result of the register-based census are agreed between the statistical services and between civil society? Hope it is clear now.
Well, I'll quickly answer as I understand the question. Census is only done for the purpose of the civil society, for the users, whether they're specialist users or the general public or whoever. The outputs that the census produces must be based on what the user needs. I think Fiona referred to this earlier. The design of particular outputs and the way that they're made available, whether online or in paper booklets, like the booklet that Eric referred to, will be designed to fit the best needs. And nowadays, of course, everyone has access to online data, so most data is produced online without the need to print paper copies anymore. And of course, the census officers themselves will analyze and make data available through data visualizations to suit as wide a population as possible. There may be specialist products to meet specialist audiences like microdata for the purposes of academics and people like that. But generally the form of the output, which of course is based on the input on the census, will be and purely designed by the needs of users, which may be the census office itself, but will generally be the civil society, generally. And that is the same for any census, whether it's register-based or whether it's done on a questionnaire.
Так, пане Ієн, але в цьому саме і полягає запитання. Чи є якийсь формат?
Thanks, Ian, but this is exactly the question. Probably you have a format, an agreed format when civil society can tell their statistical service. We need information, we need data on a population with Y indicators on the territory of Ukraine. So is there a mechanism of agreeing such communication before actually the census is carried out?
Well, I don't quite understand what the questioner means by indicators.
Just a second, Ian, just a second.
I have just switched to English. Let me reformulate. Well, it's all clear about using the data for the purposes of the society, but is there any mechanism or format for the civil society to demand from its statistical office or from the administrative register data holder to agree on the required information? Say that the civil society says, we need to generate data for indicator X and indicator Y in this and that territories of our country. So can this dialogue be realistically held before a census happens? And are there any formats or best practices that you could share?
Oh, yes, it has to be. There must be conversation between civil society and the Census Office. That's essential. How that is done can depend on the circumstances in the countries. You can have user groups, advisory groups, you can do an online consultation. But civil society can demand what it likes. It won't necessarily get what it wants. For example, in the UK, users have been wanting to have information in the census on income. They've been asking for 30 years for a question on income in the census. And for 30 years, the census has said, no, we're not putting a question on income in the census. You'll have to get that data from other sources. And we justify that by saying it is a sensitive topic, the data will be poor quality, and it depresses the response rates. So there are good statistical reasons. But yes, generally there is agreement between society and the statistical offices. Not always agreement. Sometimes they want information and we say no, but sometimes we say yes.
May I just come in here as well? Just to add on what Ian said, this is of course by no means exclusive to any particular census methodology. This kind of consultation is absolutely crucial, no matter what method you're using to conduct a census. So in a traditional census, the questionnaire or the draft questionnaire might be widely circulated for consultation beforehand to see what people think about it. But conducting a consultation and suggesting that changes ought to be made to administrative data sources because of that, the results of that consultation is, as Ian said, probably fairly unlikely to be successful.
I'd like to go back to what Eric said earlier. He was talking about the fact that in some countries, you don't even know a census is going on. So civil society may be quite unaware that the statistical office is collecting information about them and is going to publish it. But the user must be made aware, because the statistics that a census will collect should only be justified by the user demand for the information. But it's a good question, because civil society in some countries, and by that I mean the general public, may not have any idea that the information is being collected about them.
Дякую. І що ж, і це було останнє запитання сьогоднішнього.
Thanks so much, dear participants. And it was the last question of our webinar today. We are wrapping up. Thank you so much. I am grateful to our panelists, to our interpreters, and I would like to thank all the participants and all the listeners for your attention. Thank you so much. We will see you next Wednesday at 10 a.m. Thank you so much. Have a nice day and see you later.